Chapter 24:10. As for the move that the Black Wolf General taught Ling Xiao, it was the Black Wolf Pack Kill. It was also a single move, the same move that the Black Wolf General had released earlier. At this time, Ling Xiao was also released. The shadows of a pack of black wolves pounced on the Black Wolf soldiers. Combined with Ling Xiao's mastery of the profound meaning of shadows, it was several times stronger than the Black Wolf generals. Although the Black Wolf soldiers were brave and wanted to avenge their general, the only result of attacking Ling Xiao was death. We can go now. He had obtained so many treasures, completed his mission, and killed Bai Yin. Ling Xiao felt that there was no need to kill anymore. He turned around and transformed into a black wolf, darting into the vast desert. In the blink of an eye, he had disappeared without a trace. What should we do, Second Master? Seeing Ling Xiao leave, and knowing that the Black Wolf General had died in battle, the rest of the surviving Black Wolf soldiers placed their hopes on the second leader. Don't worry, we will definitely avenge the general. Don't forget his true identity. The second master looked at the dust in the distance and gritted his teeth. Pack up, we're going to the Eight Immortals City. On the road to the Eight Immortals City, Ling Xiao was ambushed, but this ambush was a bit laughable. Facing the much stronger Ling Xiao, the 46 Sandray soldiers who ambushed Ling Xiao were all killed except for Sha Jiao. Sha Jiao, Sha Jiao, it's time for us to settle our grudges today. Ling Xiao wanted to kill Sha Jiao. He didn't do it that day because he wanted to give no light in the night face. Now that he had entered the dark race, he didn't need to give anyone face. What's more, this was the outside world. Sha Jiao was alone. Even if he killed him, the Sand Race wouldn't know who did it. So what if they suspected him? In any case, the Sand Race couldn't blame Ling Xiao for the deaths of all their soldiers, right? Ling Xiao's killing intent began to brew. As he spoke, the terrifying shadow of a wolf gradually formed around him. At this moment, he was like the leader of a pack of black wolves, evil and powerful. The terrifying black gas caused the surrounding air to become cold. You really are a monster. If I don't kill you today, I'm afraid I won't be able to make a name for myself. Seeing that Ling Xiao had transformed into a black wolf general and was a huge werewolf that was 4 to 5 meters tall, he was shocked. The sand eagle felt a trace of fear, but more than that, it felt anger and hatred. He knew that Ling Xiao had to die. Moreover, he had to kill this guy today. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be this kid's match in the future. Facing the incoming pack of wolves, the sand eagle could feel the threat. Each of the wolf shadows had the power to destroy an ancient martial art practitioner of the first transition's second level of hell, or an ancient martial art practitioner of the third level of hell. Although it couldn't kill him, it could definitely severely injure him. What's more, it wasn't just one wolf silhouette, but hundreds of them. They were densely packed, making one's scalp go numb. Sand Eagle knew that he could not be afraid. With a wave of his hand, 3 swords flew out from his storage ring at the same time. Then 3 black suns appeared behind his back. They looked even more powerful than the attack he used to save Bai Yin. Each of the black suns was formed by terrifying black sword chi and demonic fire. The blazing sword chi tore through the void. It was strange and unpredictable. The sword radiance pierced the wolf shadows, producing explosive sounds and shattering them one by one. Although this move consumed a lot of the Sand Eagle's yin-yang yuan chi, he still had a cold smile on his face. So your cultivation has broken through to the early stage of the first transition third level of hell. No wonder you dare to fight me. However, do you really think that your early stage cultivation can defeat me, who is at the peak of my cultivation? You overestimate yourself. The Sand Eagle already knew Ling Xiao's true cultivation after this collision. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao could achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation in such a short time, he really didn't care about an early-stage cultivation of the first transition third level of hell. One had to know that there was a tenfold difference between the early stage and middle stage cultivation. Early stage, middle stage, late stage, and peak stage. This was a difference of 30 times. How could he lose? Although he didn't know what happened to the Black Wolf General, he guessed that Ling Xiao had lost. The reason why he transformed into the Black Wolf General was to cover up his failure. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill the Black Wolf General. It was true that Ling Xiao was strong, but after knowing Ling Xiao's true cultivation, the Sand Eagle wasn't afraid anymore. In fact, he even felt disdain and contempt for Ling Xiao in the depths of his heart. It seems that my father guessed correctly. You were so powerful at the Black Deity Mountain because of the array formation. Without the array formation, you are a piece of trash. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me when your cultivation is so different from mine? Today, I will send you on your way. At this moment, the Sand Eagle had forgotten the oath he had made. He hated Ling Xiao so much that he could throw the oath to the back of his mind. 3 suns, Black Sun Extinction Sword. The 3 black suns exploded with black sword chi. Like a roaring wind, they blasted towards Ling Xiao. Terrifying sword light shone in the void. However, it was a terrifying black light. Can't you see? The current you is no longer my opponent. Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He released the Sky Tyrant martial spirit again. Fighting in a place where there were no bystanders was cool enough. He could release the Sky Tyrant martial spirit without restraint to strengthen his combat strength. East Rising Purple Chi Sword. 1 sword destruction. Small success. This was the second move of the East Rising Purple Chi Sword, a move that Ling Xiao had just learned. After breaking through his cultivation, learning anything seemed to be much easier. The sword light flickered and easily struck the 3 black suns, preventing them from advancing any further. Stupid guy, you dare to touch my 3 black suns. You are simply Zhao Ri. Black sun-burning body. Sword injury to 5 organs. Die. The 3 black suns suddenly exploded. The terrifying heat seeped into Ling Xiao's heavy sword, and then into Ling Xiao's body, destroying Ling Xiao directly from the inside. This was the most terrifying part of the Sand Eagle's Black Sun Sandstorm Sword. Who is the stupid one? Facing the Sand Eagle's sudden attack, Ling Xiao's expression did not change. A black hole appeared in the palm of his right hand. Shadow Ultimacy, Dark Prison. Since he had decided to kill the Sand Eagle, he did not care what martial arts he used. The light shadow ultimacy could be used. Although it was not as strong as when he was at his peak, it was more than enough to deal with the Sand Eagle. Especially when the Sky Tyrant martial spirit was released, the black hole became even larger in the boundless universe. The light of the 3 black suns were all swallowed by the black hole. Ling Xiao did this just to take advantage of the Sand Eagle's attack. Chapter 24:11. If he borrowed the Sand Eagle's powerful black sun power, Ling Xiao's cultivation would also break through a little faster. He couldn't wait. He couldn't wait to recover his former valiance. Until now, he didn't dare to inquire about the Heavenly Dynasty Empire's matters, because even if something happened, he couldn't help. There were also many enemies around him staring at him, and they could take his life at any time. In order to become stronger, he was willing to take any risk. Originally, with Ling Xiao's current strength, wanting to resist the power of this black sun-burning body wasn't difficult. However, he now took the initiative to use the black prison to devour this power into his body, in order to let himself break through as soon as possible under the stimulation of an even stronger external power, awakening the power sleeping in the body. The Sand Eagle's attack power was absolutely no small matter, but Ling Xiao could borrow the power of the tyrant martial spirit, coupled with the Black Prison, plus his own sturdy internal organs and meridians to directly refine this power. That Black Sun power entered his body through the Black Prison. In an instant, his internal organs seemed to be instantly destroyed. The blazing temperature was about to completely melt the meridians in his body. However, Ling Xiao, who had long been tempered by the divine fire, already returned to normal after a moment of intense pain. His body was like a giant beast, greedily swallowing and absorbing this Black Sun power. This power fused into every one of his cells, continuously awakening the power sleeping because of reincarnation. At that moment, the crazy power that Ling Xiao once stored in his body began to unceasingly pour into his limbs and bones. In the reservoir of cultivation, large amounts of river water continuously poured in. The 1/3 of the energy that he previously obtained from the Black Wolf General had now reached 2/3, and it was still constantly increasing. This power originally belonged to him, but it was just sleeping in his cells. Now that it was awakened, he could directly use it. On his body, a resplendent light bloomed. The energy rapidly climbed from 2/3 to 100%. The reservoir of cultivation was completely full. This meant that his cultivation would advance from the early stage of the first transformation, 3 levels of hell, to the middle stage of the first transformation, 3 levels of hell. It also meant that his strength would obtain a huge increase. Ordinary reincarnation martial artists would increase their strength by 10 times when advancing a realm, while his strength would increase by nearly 20 times. This was also the key to why he was able to challenge those of a higher rank. If combined with his various powerful abilities, it would be a piece of cake for him to deal with the Sand Eagle, who was at the peak of the first transition, 3rd level of hell. Boom! Less than 2 hours after his breakthrough, Ling Xiao made another breakthrough. He had reached the middle stage of the 3rd level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Even if he didn't use his Sky Tyrant martial spirit, he could still kill the Sand Eagle. Moreover, he had already released his martial spirit of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. A terrifying force roared between heaven and earth. With Ling Xiao as the center, a terrifying force field was formed. The surrounding gravel was stirred up by this force field, forming a huge storm. The scene was extremely shocking. What happened? The Sand Eagle's heart instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. He didn't understand. Facing Ling Xiao, he had already used his strongest killing move, the Black Sun Sword technique. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao in a short time. He even wanted to use the power of the 3 Black Suns to destroy Ling Xiao from the inside. However, after the power of the Black Suns merged into Ling Xiao's body, it didn't have any effect. Instead, it stimulated the dormant power in Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's strength to make another huge breakthrough. He's a monster. The Sand Eagle took a few steps back. He had never seen such a monster. In just a few hours, he had made consecutive breakthroughs. How could he continue to fight? At this moment, he even wanted to turn around and run away. No, I can't run away. If I run away, I will never be able to defeat him again. The Sand Eagle shook his head and finally stopped. The storm finally stopped. Ling Xiao's figure was exposed. The Sky Tyrant martial spirit's invincible power was completely released. This terrifying aura made the Sand Eagle's face turn even uglier. Was the Ling Xiao floating in the void really Ling Xiao, the ferocious black wolf incarnation? Each strand of its long black fur was like a sharp sword, causing people to feel a sense of undefeatable fear. What kind of martial spirit is this? What kind of power is this? How can it suppress my fighting spirit and make me so scared? My Black Sun Sword technique is known for its ruthlessness. It took me a lot of effort to get it from the patriarch. How can it be suppressed by his martial spirit? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Kill him. Kill Ling Xiao. I want to kill this terrifying inner demon. The sand eagle had to use words to numb himself and make himself more confident. If he was completely suppressed by that aura, he wouldn't even have the slightest fighting spirit. He couldn't win the battle. Kill. The sand eagle held a sharp sword, and the sand martial spirit behind him condensed into a more dazzling black sun. Covered by the black sand, it looked more mysterious and powerful. Although there was only one black sun, it was more powerful than the previous three. Then his body flickered and turned into a dozen shadows in the void. In an instant, he arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The sword stabbed out. The wind whistled. The black sun showed a terrifying demonic light. This sword was like an immortal god piercing the sky. The sword stabbed out with an imposing aura, like the roaring sea. Clang! Ling Xiao looked at the scene coldly and raised the heavy sword in his hand. He accurately grasped the trajectory of the sword in the sand eagle's hand, and then hit the opponent's sword with a natural trajectory. Black sun flame, black sand bloodthirsty, take my fist. The sharp sword was blocked by Ling Xiao. The sand eagle wasn't afraid. He suddenly condensed his left hand into a fist. A terrifying black sand giant formed behind him. There was a halo behind the giant, which was the light released by the black sun. This fist directly hit Ling Xiao's body. However, Ling Xiao suddenly moved the heavy sword to his left hand and blocked the sand eagle's sword. His right hand collided with the sand eagle's left fist. At that moment, a terrifying suction force was released from the sand eagle's fist. Ha ha ha, you little thief Ling Xiao, you're dead meat. My black sun sword skill combined with the sand martial spirit can greatly enhance the power of the sand martial spirit. You can just wait to become a dried-up human being. Sha Jiao wasn't afraid of Ling Xiao's exquisite battle technique blocking his attack. Instead, he laughed excitedly because he wanted to make contact with Ling Xiao. Even if he couldn't touch his opponent's body, as long as he could touch his opponent's arm, it would be enough. What a joke! Do you think you can defeat the current me? A cold voice came out from Ling Xiao's mouth. His body instantly entered the tyrant, blood, demonic, dragon, martial spirit transformation state. Then, a terrifying power was released from his right hand. The air was filled with the smell of blood. Tyrant blood demonic dragon blood curse. Chapter 24:12. The moment the secret technique was unleashed, the sand eagle screamed. Sand eagle suddenly screamed. He found that his blood seemed to have a life of its own and was about to leave his body. He lost control of his blood and power. The giant sandman behind him crumbled. What the hell? The sand eagle retreated in fear. But it was already too late. Ling Xiao spat out a beam of black light from his mouth. Ling Xiao shot out the shadow awl that had killed many powerhouses in the past. It pierced the sand eagle's throat. Although the sand eagle retreated very quickly, it was of no use. In a straight line, he couldn't be faster than the shadow awl. You, I don't want to die. The sand eagle's body collapsed in the desert. He didn't understand what had happened until the moment of his death. Why? Why did he lose so miserably? Why did Ling Xiao seem like an invincible god of war? Looking at the sand eagle's corpse and Bai Yin's corpse that had been thrown aside, Ling Xiao smiled coldly and kept both corpses in his beast ring for the time being. He had already thought of how he would report this. The sand eagle had tried to kill him, but had mistaken him for someone else and killed Bai Yin. Then the sand eagle was killed by the Heilang general. Ling Xiao was the one who had killed the Heilang general and avenged the sand eagle. He wasn't one to hold grudges against the sand eagle. Not only would Ling Shao be spared, but he would also become the hero of Mount Eight Immortals. Whether or not the Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe believed him, they would have to thank him on the surface. Besides, Bai Yin had been killed by the Sand Eagle. The Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe were now enemies. Even though Bai Yin was only an outsider, she was still one of the top 3 outsiders and was highly valued by the Dark Tribe. Even if the Dark Tribe didn't declare war on the Sand Tribe, they would still hold a grudge. Thinking of this, Ling Shao could not help but reveal a cold smile. The Sand Tribe didn't care about the Dark Tribe in the first place. It was normal for the Sand Tribe and the Dark Tribe to become enemies. He didn't feel the slightest bit of guilt. Time to go back. He tore through the air and disappeared into the desert in the blink of an eye. While he was passing by, there was already news from the White Wolf County City in the small inn. The waiter who had warned Ling Shao not to go to White Wolf County City before was now stunned as he listened to a cultivator who was passing by White Wolf County City spit everywhere. Let me tell you, General He Lang was killed by 8 Immortals Mountain's disciple, Ling Shao. With just one move, that huge purple sword pierced through the Black Wolf General's body. Eastern Purple Chi Sword? Yes, it's the East Rising Purple Chi Sword, a high-level Jade grade martial skill. This Ling Shao is really too strong. I think he passed by here before going to White Wolf County City. Haven't you seen him before? When the shop assistant heard this, he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "Impossible! He actually killed General Black Wolf." This was too strong. Fortunately, I didn't offend that person. Otherwise, I would definitely be dead. Actually, why would Ling Shao feel bad for a waiter? After he left White Wolf County City, he went straight to 8 Immortals Mountain and went to the Dark Tribe to report to No Light in the Night what had happened. He also handed over Sha Jiao and Bai Yin's corpses. At this time, the Dark Tribe and the Outer Tribe, Qingluan Hua and Lin Yang, were surrounded by a group of Outer Tribe disciples. Qingluan Hua's mission was relatively simple, but she still failed. Because someone had interfered, she had no choice but to return early. In the end, she didn't even get a good, high-level Jade grade martial skill. Who knew that when she returned, she would see Lin Yang being surrounded by a group of people. Hence, she joined in the battle. From the beginning of the battle until now, it had already lasted for a total of 3 hours. Although the 2 of them were not weak, their opponents were too many, and they were still beaten up until they were covered in injuries. In addition, the 2 of them were not as vicious and merciless as Ling Shao, so they really did not dare to kill. Hence, they were restrained and could not use their full strength. "Senior Sister Qing, why are you doing this? My skin is rough, and I don't mind being beaten up. But you can't get hurt, or the boss will skin me alive." Lin Yang was annoyed that he was unlucky to have dragged Qingluan Hua into this. This was the last thing he wanted to see. "Didn't you notice? These people are ruthless. If you were alone, you would have been killed by now," Qingluan Hua said with a serious face. "That's not right. They are all Dark Tribe disciples. How dare they kill people?" Lin Yang was shocked. Why wouldn't they dare? If they had someone backing them, they would have dared to kill and burn. At most, they would be punished. Qingluan Hua sighed. "Then what should we do? If this continues, we will be dead for sure." Lin Yang did not want to die. He had just stepped into 8 Immortals Mountain. How could he want to die? He still had a bright future ahead of him. "If you don't want to die, swear to cut ties with Ling Shao. Otherwise, both of you will die today," one of the people besieging them shouted. *CK off. Even if I die, I will not betray the boss. If you want me to cut ties with the boss, it will be over. It was true that Lin Yang was afraid of death, but he had a strong sense of brotherhood in his bones. Even if he died, he would not betray Ling Shao. This was his most simple feeling. I can't do that either. Ling Xiao dared to fight with the Lord of Purple Immortal Mountain to save me. If I betray him, I will be worse than a beast. Qing Luanhua shook her head. She would never do such a thing. In the past, Ling Yan was so unlucky, but she, Qing Luanhua, did not choose to betray Ling Yan. Today, she would not betray Ling Xiao. In that case, both of you can die. The foreign disciples besieging Qing Luanhua and Lin Yang sped up their attacks and became more ferocious. Lin Yang and Qing Luanhua struggled to hold on, but the wounds on their bodies were increasing. They did not know what they were expecting or waiting for, but they had a feeling that they had to hold on. As long as they did not die, there would be hope. Just as the two of them were about to be blinded by blood, suddenly over 100 of the foreign disciples who had surrounded them fell to the ground. Black Wolf Pack Kill. A familiar voice came from afar. Shadows of wolves began to bite the warriors besieging them. Those who hurt my friends, die. Ling Xiao had returned. He would not show mercy like Lin Yang and Qing Luanhua. When he attacked, it was to kill. These people had treated his friends so badly. If he did not kill these bastards, who would dare to make friends with him in the future? There were more than 200 warriors besieging Qing Luanhua and Lin Yang. Ling Xiao released the Black Wolf Pack Kill twice, and all of them fell into a pool of blood. The scene was extremely horrifying and strange. Are you two okay? Chapter 24:13. Boss. Ling Xiao, Lin Yang, and Qing Luanhua were overjoyed to see Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had become their pillar of support. We're fine. We're just a little tired and have some external injuries. Lin Yang and Qing Luanhua were in a similar situation. They had fought with their lives on the line, and that was enough. But boss, you killed so many people. Will the Dark Ones come after you? Lin Yang asked worriedly. Come after me? Do you think I'm the only one who can do whatever I want? These bastards wanted to kill you, so I killed them. That's how it works. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the Dark Ones for not being strict enough. 200 outsiders ganged up on 2 outsiders on Mount 8 Immortal. Ling Xiao was confident that no light in the night would pay more attention to him now that his cultivation had improved. Besides, he had just killed the Heilang general. It would be foolish of the Dark Ones to oppress him now. Even if the Dark Ones did come after him, he wouldn't regret his decision. His good brother and good friend were besieged and almost killed. If he didn't say anything and only cared about his own life, then he would really regret it. Come, let's go to my house. Ling Xiao brought Lin Yang and Qing Luanhua into his wooden house. He then gave them healing pills to help them heal and recover their energy. He then took out 2 yin-yang breakthrough pills and gave them to Lin Yang. Brother, haven't you been worrying about how to break through? You can break through to the 3rd layer of hell with these pills. Also, you don't have to learn those inferior high-tier jade grade martial skills. This time, I made a trip to the White Wolf County City and obtained a few good high-tier jade grade martial skills. You two can have 1 each. Lin Yang, you have the Heavenly Demon Spider, so you can learn this spring breeze healing art. This high-tier jade grade martial art was a combination of a high-tier jade grade cultivation technique and a high-tier jade grade martial skill. All of them are of good quality. When used, the spring rain will fill the sky like silk. It works well with your Heavenly Demon Spider incarnation, making it extremely powerful. Boss, this is too valuable. I can't accept it. Lin Yang hurriedly shook his head. Nonsense. If you don't want it, I'll throw it away. Ling Xiao glanced at Lin Yang and said, Since we're good brothers, if you don't accept this small gift, then what's the point of talking? Boss, don't be angry. I will accept it. If I knew that you were so powerful, why would I join the 8 Immortals Mountain? With this martial art, I can absolutely run amok in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Lin Yang said excitedly. Another benefit of entering the upper 8 Immortal Mountain is that the competition will be even more intense. This will be of great help to the advancement of one's martial arts path. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at the Qingyuan flower and said, "Although you had a high-grade jade-grade martial skill before, it was only a low-grade martial skill. I have a set of 100 flower arts here. It contains cultivation methods and martial skills. It's the same as Lin Yang's set. It's of good quality and very suitable for girls to cultivate. Moreover, I noticed that you're walking the feminine path. The martial skills in this set of 100 flower arts will definitely be useful and powerful for you. All right, you guys cultivate here. I'll protect you, especially Lin Yang. You're about to break through. You can't be disturbed. Don't talk nonsense with me. Let's begin." Afraid that Lin Yang would nag again, Ling Xiao said firmly. Lin Yang and the Qingyuan flower did not hold back. Both of them sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. After a full 4 hours, Lin Yang opened his eyes. Ha ha ha. The early stage of the 3rd layer of hell. This feeling is indeed several times stronger than the 2nd layer of hell, Lin Yang said excitedly. Not long after, the Qingyuan flower also opened her eyes. This 100 flower arts seems to be tailor-made for me. It's really amazing. I only cultivated for 4 hours, and I feel like I'm about to break through. Although I haven't cultivated the 100 flower arts martial skill, I believe that it will be very powerful. That's good. If you guys become stronger, it'll be easier for us to survive. Ling Xiao nodded. He was very satisfied with the increase in strength of his 2 friends. As for the Qingyuan flower and Lin Yang, they were very grateful to Ling Xiao. To be honest, if they didn't meet Ling Xiao, they would have been at the bottom of the mountain. The 2 of them were probably still at the bottom of the 8 Immortals Mountain. It was impossible for them to advance. They wouldn't have been able to obtain a high-grade jade-grade martial skill. Boss, I won't say any more words of thanks. I won't say them anyway. In short, from now on, if you want me to go through a mountain of swords or a sea of fire, I won't even frown. The stronger I become, the higher my position in the Lin family. Now, the Lin family has some differences on whether to support you or not. When I become stronger, I'll definitely suppress those differences and fully support you. Lin Yang said loudly. Me too. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. You didn't just save my life. You also helped me break through. I won't forget. The Qingyuan flower said seriously. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Maybe I'll need you guys in the future. Thank you in advance. Ling Xiao nodded and didn't decline. In Ling Xiao's opinion, the relationship between friends should not be as simple as water. There should be mutual benefits. If someone was willing to give up their life for you, then that was a true life and death friend. If there was no need for each other, then they couldn't be called friends. They could only be friends by chance. What? Sha Jiao is dead. How could he be dead? Was he killed by the Heilang general? Ling Zhao's side was filled with joy. However, the San clan's side was filled with sadness. Originally, only Sha Lin, Sha Tongtian, and a few others knew that Sha Jiao had left the San clan. They didn't think anything could have happened to him. After all, Ling Xiao couldn't use the array to deal with Sha Jiao outside. However, they just received news that Sha Jiao had been killed. Sha Lin was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't the Heilang general. It was probably Ling Xiao who did it. The messenger reported, "We met the second-in-command of the Heilang army in the 8 Immortals city." From what he said, Ling Xiao not only killed Sha Jiao, but also Bai Yin and the Heilang general. What? How can he be so strong? Sha Lin looked at the messenger in disbelief. Although it's unbelievable, it's the truth. The messenger said, "Just now, the Dark Clan's spy reported that Ling Xiao directly handed over the bodies of Bai Yin and Sha Jiao to No Light in the Night. He also said that the young master killed Bai Yin and was killed by the Heilang general. In addition, the Heilang general's body was also handed over to the Dark Tower. That kid obtained a top-grade high-tier jade-grade movement technique, Thousandly Wolf Traversal. If that kid succeeds in cultivating this movement technique, it will be even more difficult to kill him. Bastard, he killed my son and still wants to frame me. How shameless!" Sha Lin roared. Chapter 24:14. Although Saren knew that Ling Xiao killed Sha Jiao and Bai Yin, he didn't have any evidence. Could he ask the Black Wolf soldiers to testify? Don't joke. Those people would only make things more complicated. If the 8 Immortal Mountain knew that the Sand Race colluded with the Black Wolf soldiers, they would be in trouble even if they weren't afraid. The higher-ups of the 8 Immortal Mountain would have to punish the Sand Race just for show. It wasn't worth it. So this time, even if Ling Xiao killed Sha Jiao, he could only endure it. He also had to be on guard against the Dark Race causing trouble for the Sand Race. A mere Ling Xiao really put the Sand Race in a passive position. Damn that Ling Xiao. If there's a chance, I won't let him go. Men, bring gifts and visit the Dark Race's Elder Hidden Flower. The only thing Saren could do now was to collude with Hidden Flower. He knew from his spies that Hidden Flower didn't get along with Ling Xiao. Perhaps he could really help him. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what Saren was doing behind the scenes. At this time, he was practicing the Wolf Travels 1,000 Li movement technique in his room. The Wolf Travels 1,000 Li was a top-tier, high-tier jade movement technique. It was a comprehensive study of the wolf's combat movement technique. In the end, it was a strange movement technique. If Ling Xiao used it in his human form, it would be much stronger than most high-tier jade movement techniques. If he used it in his Black Wolf general form, it would be even more unpredictable and terrifying. At this time, it was even stronger than the Shadow Step and faster than the Light Flash Godly technique. Of course, the Shadow Step and Light Flash Godly technique would be better in the future, but the most suitable one was the best. Right now, Ling Xiao was practicing the 1,000-Mile Wolf in order to increase his battle strength. He got this movement technique from the Dark Tower as a reward for killing the Black Wolf general. The reason why he chose movement techniques instead of martial skills was that Ling Xiao found that there weren't any martial skills that were suitable for him in the Dark Tower. In addition, he now had the Eastern Purple Chi Sword, Violent Thunder Art, and Lava Storm. Martial skills and secret techniques could wait. What he wanted the most was the martial skill that he comprehended from the Dark Shadow Black Gourd. It should not be bad. Just as he was cultivating, there was a knock on the door. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and saw that it was No Light in the Night. So he walked out. He did not want to disturb Lin Yang and the Qinghuan flower's cultivation. "Greetings, Lord Doyen." On the surface, Ling Xiao was still very respectful towards No Light in the Night. After all, this guy had helped him before. Although he was a little against him now, it was because he wanted to take him in as his adopted son. He was not deliberately making things difficult for him. It was understandable. Different people naturally had to be treated differently. Then he wouldn't respect Hidden Flower and Nightwalker so much. "Brat, you're really ruthless. You actually killed so many people." No Light in the Night said with a smile, "Lord Doyen, are you here to punish me?" Ling Xiao asked, "That's not it. At first, the Patriarch and Elder Hidden Flower wanted to punish you, but I stopped them. Since the Dark Ones allowed those people to attack the Qinghuan Flower and Lin Yang, it's unreasonable for them to punish you. We can't do such unfair things. Otherwise, how can we convince our disciples in the future?" No Light in the Night shook his head. Thank you, Lord Doyen, for speaking up for justice. Ling Xiao sighed in relief. Although he wasn't afraid of people questioning him, it was still troublesome. Now that no light in the night had stopped them, it was naturally a good thing for him. You actually know how to thank people? Forget it. Let's not talk about this. I'm just thinking for the dark ones, not just for you. No light in the night shook his head. I'm here to announce your reward. You killed General Hailang and avenged by Een of the Eight Immortals Mountain. You've also spread the name of Eight Immortals Mountain throughout the White Wolf County. It'll be very beneficial to our business in the future. That's why the Patriarch wants me to agree to 2 reasonable requests. You can make your requests now, but they must be reasonable. I can't agree to anything that's too outrageous. Can you give me a few more top-grade jade, rank martial arts techniques? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Do you think those are trash on the street? You think I'll give them to you just because you want them? Deal. No light in the night shook his head. If you don't give me the top-grade jade, rank martial arts techniques, I'm guessing you won't give me the top-grade pills either. Naturally, you won't give me the top-grade weapons either, right? That's right. You're really stingy. Ling Xiao pursed his lips. Lord Doyen, I've heard that the 5th floor of the ghost prison is a good place to cultivate. Why don't you let me in? Since he couldn't accept the benefits, Ling Xiao made a request that he really wanted to fulfill. He wanted to check out the situation in the 5th floor of the ghost prison and see how Ling Yan was doing. The 5th floor of the ghost prison was a place to imprison serious criminals. At the same time, it was an excellent place to cultivate. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications to enter. Your request is really weird. It really surprised me. I've heard that you and Ling Yan are good brothers. Don't tell me you want to go in and save him? No light in the night stared at Ling Xiao and asked, Lord Doyen really knows how to joke. Do you really think I can save him with my current strength? I just want to go in and see how he's doing. You won't even agree to this small request, right? Ling Xiao said. You can go in, but I have to warn you. Ling Yan is a serious criminal. Don't even think about saving him. Of course, if you can surpass all the martial artists in the 8 Immortals County one day, then I won't care. But now is definitely not the time. Also, the requirement to enter the 5th floor of the ghost prison is very high. Only those who have reached the 5th floor of hell are qualified to enter. But since you've made this request, if I still don't agree, then I'll seem insincere. But you have to call me adoptive father. No light in the night revealed a roguish smile. I won't call you that. Ling Xiao said resolutely, Lord Doyen, you're making things difficult for me. With your age, you can have as many sons as you want. Why do you insist on having me as your adoptive son? Because you're outstanding. No light in the night said with a smile, how about it? I'll ask you again. If you don't agree, then don't go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Then forget it. Anyway, I can still go in when my cultivation reaches that level. There's no need to trouble Lord Doyen. Ling Xiao was determined to not call No Light in the Night his adoptive father. Besides, this wasn't a matter of life and death, so he wasn't in a hurry, because even if he went in now, he wouldn't be able to save Ling Yan. Kid, you're really stubborn. Forget it. I'm just joking with you. I agree to this request. You can go to the 5th floor of the ghost prison at any time, but I have to remind you not to act recklessly. You can't afford to offend the prisoners there. No Light in the Night sighed. Thank you, Lord Doyen. Ling Xiao hurriedly thanked him. All right, don't say thanks. What's the second request? Chapter 24:15. No Light in the Night wanted to use all means possible to make Ling Xiao his adopted son. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to coax Ling Xiao into becoming his adopted son. As for my second request, I need a spirit gem that is at least mid-grade or above, or a treasure that can repair one's soul. Can you tell me where I can get it? Ling Xiao had made this request because of the Yuan Venerate and the Divine Book. The butterfly lady needed spirit stones, which he already had. On the other hand, the Yuan Venerate and the Divine Book needed treasures that could repair one's soul. This was especially true for the brocade treasure he had obtained in White Wolf Prefecture City. Given his abilities, he simply couldn't identify it. If he wanted the help of the Yuan Venerate, he would have to consume his spirit power. However, the Yuan Venerate had just recovered some energy, and he didn't want the Yuan Venerate to turn into ashes. Therefore, spirit treasures were extremely important. The Divine Book, which had been fed with spirit gems, had obviously become much stronger and might be able to help him a lot in the future. The stronger the Divine Book, the stronger the secret technique sword. This wasn't a bad thing for Ling Xiao either. You will have to go to the inner hall of the Reward, Virtue, and Punishment Evil Hall to ask. There might be something you need there. In principle, you can use contribution points to exchange for items in the inner hall. However, there are other methods. For example, you can use the 1,000-mile wolf traversing wolf to complete missions assigned to you. No Light in the Night replied, "The inner hall master is from the snake race. There are also 3 deputy hall masters from the sword race, the sand race, and the dark race. The dark race's deputy hall master is my big brother, Dark Knight Wuliang. I think he has a pretty good impression of you. Go look for him, and you might be able to find what you want. However, even though you are a disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain and can enter the inner hall, you are still a disciple of the outer race. Anything you buy or exchange will be more expensive. Why don't you just become my adopted son? At the very least, you can save half of your contribution points or spirit stones." "No, think about it again. I said I don't want it. Why haven't I seen someone like you forcing others to become your son?" Ling Xiao's attitude was still firm. "Kid, you'll agree one day. All right, you've made 2 requests, and I'll help you fulfill them. When you go to the inner hall, you can mention my name. For my sake, as long as it's not too expensive, I'll definitely sell it to you at a cheap price, or even give it to you for free. Let's go." Perhaps No Light in the Night felt that he couldn't force Ling Xiao to change his mind, so he obviously changed his strategy. He no longer forced Ling Xiao. Instead, he adopted the strategy of giving benefits so that Ling Xiao would owe him a favor. After a while, he didn't believe that Ling Xiao wouldn't call him father. Even his biological father was only like this, right? After No Light in the Night left, Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house, only to find Jian Qingluan and Lin Yang looking at him nervously. "Are you all right, boss? What could be wrong?" Not only did Grand Elder No Light in the Night not punish me, he even agreed to 2 of my conditions. Right, one of them is to visit Ling Yan on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Of course, nominally, I'm going there to cultivate. Ling Xiao looked at Qingluan. "You're going alone?" Qingluan couldn't help but worry. "Although you're strong, the 5th floor of the ghost prison isn't a good place. I'm afraid you can't do it alone. Don't worry, I'm not going there to save anyone. I just want to see Ling Yan and understand the situation. Only by coordinating from the inside and outside can we succeed. Otherwise, if we make a plan carelessly, the chances of success will be extremely low." Ling Xiao explained. "I see. Since that's the case, I'm relieved." Qingluan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "You don't have to worry. Hurry up and cultivate. I'm going to the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil in a bit." Ling Xiao said, "If you have something to do, go do it. I think after what happened just now, no one will dare to make trouble for us. Besides, you can't guard us for the rest of our lives, right? Both of our strengths have increased." As long as an outer clan disciple comes looking for trouble, they won't be able to do anything to us. Qingwan said, "That's right, boss. If you have something to do, go do it." Lin Yang said, "All right, I'll familiarize myself with the wolf travels 1,000 miles and then go." This movement technique would be used frequently by Ling Xiao in the future. He had to cultivate it well first. After all, the shadow steps and light flash godly technique couldn't be made public. Besides, they weren't as powerful as the wolf travels 1,000 miles. The three of them continued to cultivate. Ling Xiao was still eager to improve his strength, and his next opportunity was the test of the Shadow Black Gourd. First, he had to become the number 1 outer clan disciple. The number 3 outer clan disciple, Bai Yin, had already been killed by him. Only the number 1 outer clan disciple, Su Mo, and the number 2 outer clan disciple, Lin Fengyan, were left. If there was no enmity between them, he wouldn't have killed them. However, he had to defeat them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to come into contact with the Shadow Black Gourd. The wolf travels 1,000 miles was a top jade grade movement technique. Naturally, it was very difficult to cultivate. There were many ordinary Yin-Yang realm warriors who couldn't cultivate it in their lifetime. It was already very difficult for some talented people to cultivate it to the initial success level. Extremely powerful geniuses could only cultivate it to the expert or great success level. Those who could cultivate it to the great perfection level could be called the top geniuses in the 8 Immortals County. As for the perfection level, there had never been anyone in the 8 Immortals County. However, even though the wolf travels 1,000 miles was so difficult to cultivate, Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to cultivate it to the expert level. This terrifying speed of comprehension was not only due to the powerful analytical ability of the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. There was also the experience that Ling Xiao had gained from cultivating it over the years. For example, he was good at the Divine Light Travel technique and the Shadow Step. Their movement techniques were basically the same. Therefore, cultivating the wolf travels 1,000 miles was much easier than cultivating other combat techniques. If others knew that he had cultivated the wolf travels 1,000 miles to the expert level in just 2 hours, they would probably go crazy with jealousy. If no light in the night knew, he would be even crazier to adopt him as his son. After cultivating it to the expert level, the next level of improvement would probably have to be honed through actual combat. Studying it alone wouldn't have much effect. Therefore, Ling Xiao stood up and stepped out of the wooden house. Before he left, he hung a sign outside his wooden house. Unauthorized personnel are not to be disturbed. Violators will be severely punished. This was his territory. He had the right to set up this sign. Based on the fact that he had killed more than 200 outer clan disciples in a fit of rage, the deterrence of his sign was definitely not bad. After leaving the wooden house, Ling Xiao went straight to the inner hall of the Reward Kindness and Punish Evil Hall. The inner hall was located in a different place from the outer hall. It occupied a larger area. When he got close to it, he could smell a special aura that made him feel dizzy. Chapter 24:16. Ling Xiao hadn't reached the inner hall yet. 7 or 8 youths about 17 or 18 years old were walking toward him. They were obviously inner clan disciples, and they happened to be dark clan disciples. They were stunned when they saw that Ling Xiao was wearing the outer clan uniform of the dark clan, because he was a stranger. "Kid, did you just join the dark clan?" One of the youths arrogantly blocked Ling Xiao's path and asked. Ling Xiao glanced at the person indifferently. His cultivation was not weak. He was at the late stage of the 3rd level of the hell. If it were in the past, Ling Xiao would have a hard time dealing with such an opponent. But today he was not afraid. He didn't even pay attention to the person. He walked straight to the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil. When he passed by the person, he took a detour. He couldn't be bothered to deal with these guys because he had important business to attend to. But how could an inner clan disciple be ignored? The 7 or 8 youths blocked the entire path. Kid, we're asking you a question. You're just an outer clan disciple. Why don't you kneel and kowtow to us inner clan disciples? What's your name? These youths were all very strong. They were much stronger than the disciples of 8 Immortal Mountain. It was normal for them to be so arrogant and have such an attitude. Ling Xiao stood there and looked at them coldly. My name is Ling Xiao. What do you want from me? A cold smile appeared on his face. Ling Xiao, the Ling Xiao who stabbed senior brother and Fei Tian. A cry of surprise came from the crowd. This guy is not to be trifled with. Listen to senior brother and Fei Tian. Don't provoke him. Let's go. Someone else said. It seemed that Ling Xiao's notoriety was very well known in 8 Immortal Mountain. When the inner clan disciples heard this, they were a little fearful. What are you afraid of? Let's kill him and avenge senior brother and Fei Tian. Naturally, there were those who were not afraid of him. After all, Ling Xiao was just a disciple who had just been promoted to the 8 Immortals Mountain. It was normal for them not to be afraid. Someone is coming. This is the inner hall of the Hall of Good Rewards and Evil Punishments. It's best not to cause trouble. If you cause trouble, this trash will at most be sent back to Black Immortal Mountain. It won't be much of a loss. We're doomed. Let's go. In the end, these people still chose to leave. But before he left, he said, Ling Xiao, don't go back to the Dark Ones if you dare. Otherwise, you'll suffer. Let's go. Watching the inner clan disciples leave, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sneer. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil, and he didn't want to cause trouble for himself, he would definitely teach these people a lesson. He hoped that they wouldn't be stupid enough to provoke him again. He continued to walk forward. The majestic building in the inner hall came into view. The most eye-catching thing was one of the white pagodas. If he wasn't mistaken, that was the core of some great formation. It maintained the safety of the inner hall. If this great formation was broken, the inner hall would never have a day of peace. After all, it wasn't easy to rely on people to defend it. Stop! Just as Ling Xiao was about to step into the inner hall, a thunderous roar suddenly came from the sky. Then, 2 giants, about 6 to 7 meters tall, jumped out from behind the door, wielding weapons and wearing armor. The roar just now was made when they were in the air. Ling Xiao stopped in his tracks and looked at the 2 giants calmly. They were emitting a cold, murderous intent. It was obvious that they were targeting him. If he dared to step into the inner hall, the 2 giants would definitely attack him. The 2 giants emitted a terrifying aura. They were like Quafu from the ancient times. Each giant's cultivation was at the early stage of the Yin-Yang realm level 4. Although they weren't reincarnation realm martial artists, their cultivation was enough to stop most of the ignorant disciples who dared to break into the inner hall. Anyway, he didn't expect them to guard the treasures in the inner hall. There was the great formation and the true experts inside. These 2 giants were probably just in charge of guarding the door. Don't underestimate these giants. They had the blood of the Quafu clan flowing in their bodies. They were extremely strong and could easily defeat their enemies even if their cultivation was the same. An early-stage Quafu clan giant at the 4th level of hell could easily defeat more than 10 human martial artists of the same cultivation. More importantly, their meridians were thick and their bodies could contain more elemental energy. Although their breakthroughs were slow, they gained more with each breakthrough. The giant guards looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Their attitude was very domineering. Their mission was to prevent sneaky people from entering the inner hall. If anyone tried to force their way in, They could kill them on the spot. Although Ling Xiao was not afraid of these two giants, the strength that he possessed was much greater than these two giants. However, he didn't want to fight them head-on for the same reason as before. If he fought in the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil, it would cause a lot of trouble. I'm Ling Xiao, a disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain, and an outsider of the Dark Tribe. I'm here to exchange my contribution points. Please make way. Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a humble manner. After all, guarding the door was their duty. Being fierce was also to intimidate the enemy. Therefore, he didn't blame these two giants. However, what they said next made him angry. Ling Xiao, I've never heard of you. Get out of here. Ling Xiao saw a hint of mockery and ridicule in the eyes of these two giants. He suddenly understood that someone must have given these two giants some benefits to deliberately make things difficult for him. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly and raised his identity card. You don't recognize me, but you can't not recognize my identity card, right? All disciples of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain are qualified to enter the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Evil. You won't stop me, right? Sorry, we can't read. Get out of here. Or don't blame us for being rude. The two giants sneered. Ling Xiao's face suddenly became gloomy. You're just watchdogs of the Hall of Good and Evil. How dare you break the rules? Aren't you afraid that the Hall Master will punish you? Bastard, how dare you scold us? It seems that you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. If you dare say another word, we'll chop you into minced meat. The two giants roared almost at the same time. A piece of trash who just stepped into the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain dares to provoke us. You're courting death. One of them suddenly waved the giant blade in his hand. It was like a blade that could tear the sky apart and cut down on Ling Xiao. Boom! A terrible boom sounded. It was the sound of the giant blade rubbing against the air. It was like thunder. If this saber really slashed down, even a sturdy building would be directly cut in half. If Ling Xiao really got hit, he would be turned into minced meat. The giant guard really didn't show any mercy and wanted to cripple him. He would never be merciful to such people. So what if they were in the inner hall? Being attacked by the other party was different from the previous few indifferent comments. Chapter 24:17. You two stupid watchdogs. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? I'm just giving you face. I don't know who sent you to deal with me. But today, you two watchdogs deserve to die. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with indifference. Killing intent radiated from his body as his Black Wolf General martial soul transformed and covered his entire body. He raised his sharp claws and easily caught the giant blade that was coming at him. The giant attacking Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. His giant blade weighed over 1,000 kilograms. Only he could lift it so easily. Moreover, he knew very well how terrifying his attack was. How could this young man catch the giant blade with one hand? His hand was as tough as diamond, and there wasn't the slightest trace of damage. How dare you resist? You're courting death. The other giant stabbed at Ling Xiao with a giant trident. He actually wanted the two of them to work together, to kill Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao caught the trident with ease. One in each hand, the two giants' expressions changed drastically. But things weren't over yet. Ling Xiao's body flashed with electricity. The lightning passed through the two weapons and directly entered the bodies of the two giants. When the two giants were struck by the terrifying electric current, they immediately let out earth-shattering cries of agony. Their bodies were almost completely charred black. How is this possible? You're just a new disciple of the Upper Eight Immortal Mountain. How can an outsider of the Dark Clan be so strong? Although the two giants were injured, they weren't dead yet. The physique of the giants was not just for show, it was really very strong. Ling Xiao looked at them coldly. Can I go in now? Yes, of course you can. The two giants didn't dare yell at Ling Xiao. They were knocked down by Ling Xiao in a single move. Only then did they realize how terrifying this young man was. By the way, who ordered you to do this? Lightning danced above Ling Xiao's hands, clearly threatening the other party. If the other party answered carelessly, the lightning would directly blast them to death. Young Master and Fei Tian, the two giants didn't dare to hide anything and could only speak cautiously. And Fei Tian again, there was no end to this. You're just as reckless as your two guard dogs. Fine, since he wants to deal with me, then don't blame me for being impolite. I don't care if you're the son of the Dark Tribe's leader. I'll play you to death. Ling Xiao sneered and walked towards the Hall of Good and Evil. As for whether the battle here would alert the Hall of Virtue and Punishment for Vice, he didn't know. He didn't have the time to care so much now. Since he had already made his move, there was nothing to regret. The two giant guards trembled in fear as they watched Ling Xiao step into the inner hall. They couldn't wait for this demon to leave. They had been guarding this place for many years. In the past, even if they met someone stronger than them, they didn't dare to act rashly. After all, their identities were not ordinary. However, this brat was simply a madman. Not only was his strength so strong that it shocked them, but he also attacked without the slightest hesitation. It was as if he was not afraid of anything at all. This person was someone they couldn't afford to offend. As soon as Ling Xiao stepped into the inner hall, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. This person was about 30 years old and had a dignified appearance. He was wearing the clothes of the Dark Tribe, so he should be a Dark Tribe warrior. He looked at the two black-skinned giant guards outside the door and frowned slightly. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "You must be Ling Xiao. Alas, I'm still a step too late. It was Dark Knight Vice Hall Master who asked me to come. He was afraid that you would clash with the giant guards. I didn't expect you to be so strong that you could subdue them. But this is also troublesome. Forget it. Come with me. Dark Knight Vice Hall Master will help you solve this problem." When this person spoke, although he tried his best to sound friendly, Ling Xiao felt that it was very fake. Ling Xiao couldn't help but suspect that this person had bad intentions. He said indifferently, "There's no need to trouble senior brother. I know what I'm doing. Besides, I'm here to exchange for things in the inner hall of the Good and Evil Hall. I'm not in a hurry to see Dark Knight Vice Hall Master. It's not good to trouble him with what happened outside. You're too arrogant. Do you know that? This is the inner hall, different from the outer hall. If you don't have someone familiar to lead the way for you, I'm afraid that no one will know if you die halfway. Any of the formations, traps, and mechanisms here can take your life. If your cultivation hasn't reached the peak of the 3rd level of hell or the peak of the 4th level of hell, it's impossible. With your strength, you'll definitely get into trouble if you walk around rashly. It's better to obediently follow behind me." That person frowned and then said very seriously. There was a sense of coldness and arrogance in his voice. Obviously, he was unhappy with Ling Xiao's attitude. "I've said that there's no need. Senior brother, if you have something to do, go ahead. I'll just walk around by myself." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "It's just a formation trap. It can't do anything to me. If I really die, it won't implicate you, senior brother." How arrogant! That person suddenly released his martial soul, and a pitch-black shadow appeared behind him. Then, a terrifying aura rushed towards Ling Xiao. This aura was clearly trying to suppress Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao submit and listen to him obediently. However, facing this terrifying aura, Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent. As usual, he didn't seem to be affected at all. This made the man's face darken. He said coldly, "You don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, you can leave by yourself." After saying that, he turned and left. When he came, he was a black shadow. When he left, he was still a black shadow. When this guy left, he deliberately activated the formations along the way in an attempt to make Ling Xiao unable to follow him. One had to know that there was a distance of at least 1,000 meters from the main entrance to the inner hall. Within this distance of 1,000 meters, all kinds of formations were intertwined and extremely complicated. If one was trapped by one of the formations, it was possible that one would be doomed eternally. This person obviously felt that Ling Xiao wasn't willing to submit to him and was a little angry. He did this on purpose and made Ling Xiao suffer a great loss. Then, Ling Xiao would definitely bow down and listen to him. After a while, he arrived at the entrance of the inner hall. Then he muttered to himself coldly, "You don't know what's good for you. You just stepped into the upper 8 Immortal Mountain, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me. This time, under the layers of formations, can you still make it here alive?" Of course I'm still alive. This mere array formation of the inner hall is nothing in my eyes. Suddenly, a voice came from the front. Chapter 24:18. The Dark Warrior had been mocking Ling Xiao in his heart, wanting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. But now he saw Ling Xiao walk out of the array unscathed. He couldn't laugh at all. The dark race martial artist wanted to say something, but he couldn't find the words to say. He was too shocked to say anything. Although he had heard that Ling Xiao was good at arrays, he didn't expect him to be so good at them. It was like he was treating the arrays of the inner hall like child's play. Wasn't this too terrifying? No wonder young Master Feitian wants this kid dead. It doesn't seem unreasonable. If this kid continues to grow like this, he'll become a strong opponent of young Master Feitian. He already has Dark Gold, Dark Knight, and Dark Knight. There can't be another Ling Xiao. Since the array can't kill him, I'll have to do it myself. Thinking of this, Su Mo smiled cruelly. Yes, he was Su Mo, the warrior who occupied the number 1 position in the outer clan. He was 30 years old. Although he had always been the number 1 in the outer clan, he was still looked down upon by many inner clan disciples. Most importantly, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the 3rd level of Hell of the Yin-Yang realm. He wanted to kill Ling Xiao, not just because of Feitian's order. Of course, he also felt that Ling Xiao should be killed. If Ling Xiao died, his number 1 position wouldn't be coveted. Tell me, are you the number 1 in the outer clan, Su Mo? Who the hell sent you? What do you want? I don't think Vice Hall Master Feitian would send someone to greet me. Ling Xiao looked coldly at the unfamiliar face in front of him. Of all the outer clan disciples, only Su Mo didn't have a portrait, so he didn't recognize him. But he could guess. "Kid, you ask too many questions. I'm too lazy to answer." Since Su Mo had already made up his mind to kill, he wouldn't answer any of Ling Xiao's questions. After all, this was the inner hall of the Hall of Rewards the Good and punishes the evil. Although there was no one here for the time being, there was no guarantee that no one would pass by later. If he couldn't kill Ling Xiao quickly, it would be very troublesome. Wang. Su Mo rushed forward, his hands turning into black palms, and the shadow martial spirit behind him merged into his palms. This caused the pair of palms to bring about a raging wind, an elemental energy storm. Like a bloodthirsty beast, he charged towards Ling Xiao. Each of the palm shadows was powerful enough to turn those giant guards into minced meat. "Brat, you can only blame your bad luck. Why is your talent so outstanding? Why did you offend someone you shouldn't have offended? Don't blame me if you die. I'm only doing this for the bounty. Just go." Sumo's expression became incomparably ferocious. His whole body merged with the pitch-black shadow martial spirit, appearing strange and powerful. Although he was an outsider, because he was the #1 outsider, he naturally received some benefits. The dark shadow martial spirit was given to him by the Dark Ones. It was extremely powerful. Faced with Sumo's sudden attack, Ling Xiao did not panic. He had long felt that there was something wrong with this guy, so he had been gathering his strength the moment he stepped out of the door. At this time, facing Sumo's attack, he was naturally not afraid and was about to counterattack. All of a sudden, in the quiet courtyard, a bright sword light suddenly attacked. This sword light passed by in the blink of an eye. The terrifying palm shadows released by Sumo were all petrified and then fell to the ground. To be able to petrify elemental energy and energy, this kind of strength was really terrifying. Soon after, a figure arrived. Sumo, you really have guts. You actually dare to make a move in the inner hall of the Hall of Virtue and Punishment for vice. And don't you know, Ling Xiao is my man. This voice was as cold as frost, with a bit of majesty, as sharp as the sword light. Those who heard it felt a chill run down their spines. Lin Ruoxian. Sumo's face suddenly changed, and he turned to escape. What a joke. Lin Ruoxian was one of the top geniuses in the entire Upper 8 Immortal Mountain. There was no way he could be his opponent. But at this time, how could he escape? Under the pressure of Lin Ruoxian's powerful aura, Sumo's legs suddenly weakened, and he fell to the ground, his face ugly. He knew that Lin Ruoxian was strong, but he did not expect Lin Ruoxian to be so strong. This was too terrifying. He couldn't even run away. Lin Ruoxian, don't blame me. This is not what I want to do. This Ling Xiao offended young Master Fei Qian, and it was he who sent word that all Dark Clan members who killed Ling Xiao would be greatly rewarded. You should know that young Master Fei Tian has the support of young Master Lin Yu Tian. Do you dare to go against young Master Fei Qian's wishes? You know best what kind of character he has. I advise you not to stay with this boy anymore. If you really offend young Master Fei Qian, no one can save you. At the thought of the young sect master who was as strong as the rising sun, Sumo suddenly calmed down. He was even a little fearless. Young Master Lin Yuetian was a legend in the 8 Immortals city, a legend. His heaven-defying talent had always been spoken of. Although the geniuses of the 8 great clans were competing with him, no one had heard of anyone who could defeat him. Mo Feiyu could not, and Ming could not, Yi Wuzuan could not, and Lin Ruoxian naturally could not. Deacon Ruoxian, why are you here? Seeing Lin Ruoxian, Ling Xiao was quite excited. Although he was hated by Fei Qian because of Lin Ruoxian, this matter had nothing to do with Lin Ruoxian. He was still able to sort out his hatred. He clearly remembered the number of times Lin Ruoxian had helped him. If he cut off contact with Lin Ruoxian because of other people's threats, then Ling Xiao would be too cowardly. Coincidentally, I also came to exchange something. Lin Ruoxian smiled sweetly at Ling Xiao without her usual coldness. Then she looked coldly at Sumo and said, "Young master, he wouldn't go against me, Lin Ruoxian, for Fei Qian. Sumo, you tried to hurt my friend, so I gave face to the young master. I won't kill you, but I'll leave one of your eyes as a lesson, so that you won't do such a stupid thing in the future." It could be heard that Lin Ruoxian was still somewhat afraid of young Master Lin Yuetian. With her personality, she would definitely not let Sumo go, but now she only wanted one eye. Even so, Sumo was still shocked. The eye was the window to the soul. Once it was dug out, the soul would be hurt. He looked at Lin Ruoxian in shock and said, "If you dare to attack me, young Master Fei Qian will not let you go. The sect will not let you go either. I am young Master Fei Qian's man, and also the young master's man. If you dare to touch me, You will regret it. If I don't even leave one of your eyes, then how can I, Lin Ruoxian, stand in front of my friends? Lin Ruoxian said coldly, "Show me your eye." She did not waste any more words. Suddenly, she drew her sword, and the cold sword chi pierced towards Sumo's right eye. Chapter 24:19. Bam! How could Sumo just sit there and wait for death? He used all his strength to release his powerful martial soul. A giant black axe flew out from his storage ring and blocked in front of him. Although he was sent flying by the ferocious sword radiance, at least his eyes were saved. It's useless to resist. If you dare to attack, don't blame me for accidentally taking both your eyes. Lin Ruoxian's expression was cold. He shook the long sword in his hand, and sword chi swept out, but it was completely different from Ling Zhao's sword chi. Ling Zhao's sword chi was domineering and arrogant. It was the sword chi of a king, the sword chi of a tyrant. Lin Ruoxian's sword chi was free and easy. It was ever-changing, like flowing water. She did not release her martial soul, because there was no need to. Against Sumo, she only needed to use her sword techniques. Several sword chi were released at the same time, each with a threatening sharpness. Sumo was sent flying again, and the giant black axe in his hand was knocked away. However, at this time, Sumo's vicious eyes were looking at Ling Xiao. He was no match for Lin Ruoxian, but he wanted to use Ling Xiao as a hostage to make Lin Ruoxian hesitate. A black shadow rushed out from behind him and turned into a ferocious beast. In the blink of an eye, it was behind Ling Xiao. Lin Ruoxian, if you insist on forcing me, then I won't hold back. Since you want my eyes, I'll kill your so-called good friend and make you suffer. Sumo's expression was terrifying as he laughed sinisterly. If you dare touch him, I'll kill you. Lin Ruoxian only wanted one of Sumo's eyes, but Sumo dared to threaten Ling Zhao's life. She released a giant white snake martial soul behind her. This was her earliest martial soul, the white snake martial soul. As for the snake-haired martial soul, it was awakened later. This made her one of the heirs to the snake clan. However, she was more comfortable with the white snake martial soul, so she released it now to kill Sumo Deacon Ruoxian. Don't worry. With his strength, he won't be able to kill me. Ling Xiao didn't want Lin Ruoxian to offend the young master because of him, so he decided to deal with Sumo himself. Since Sumo had already decided to kill him, there was no need for him to be merciful. After saying that, Ling Xiao released his aura and entered the demonic tyrant blood dragon martial spirit's incarnation. Devil Dragon Blood Curse. Ling Xiao really liked this move now. As long as one's strength was similar to his, or even slightly stronger than him, they would be affected by the demonic dragon blood curse. Their chi and blood would not flow smoothly, and even attacking him would be difficult, let alone killing him. As for those whose cultivation levels were lower than his, once the devil dragon blood curse was unleashed, they would most likely turn into a dried corpse in an instant. Sumo had hoped that his martial soul would be able to kill Ling Xiao. However, he had not expected this. As soon as he released his martial spirit, he felt his chi and blood churning, as if they were about to leave his body. Then he saw Ling Xiao rushing towards him. The sharp dragon claws went straight for his head. Sumo was quite alert. At this time, he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals. However, he still burst out with a scream. Both of his eyes were both plucked out by Ling Xiao's sharp claws. Ling Xiao wanted to continue to attack and kill Sumo, but at this time, another figure appeared. It was the Dark Tribe's elder, the Vice Hall Master of the Inner Hall, Yi Wuliang. Little guy, when it's possible to let people off, you should be merciful. You've already plucked out his eyes, so let him go. Consider it as giving this old man face. Ling Xiao looked at Yi Wuliang coldly and said, "Elder, do you know what he did to me?" "I know, so I'll do my best to give you what you need next for free. This Su Mo is a good friend of mine, so consider it a deal." Yi Wuliang nodded. "Okay, then I'll give you face. If he didn't want to kill him, then so be it." Su Mo's eyes were already gone, anyway. These eyes were different from arms and other things. Once they were plucked out, there was basically no way to regrow them. Unless they were replaced with another pair of eyes, the success rate was extremely low. Su Mo's eyes were bleeding, but he still shouted savagely, "Ling Xiao, you're ruthless enough. This old man won't let you go. From today onwards, we'll fight to the death." "Still not leaving?" Yi Wuliang frowned and said. Su Mo knew very well that if he stayed here, he wouldn't be able to keep his life. Helplessly, he could only suppress his anger and turn to flee. "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to become so strong in just a few days. I'm really shocked. It seems that before long, there will be a place for you among the geniuses of 8 Immortal Mountain." Lin Ruoxian looked at Ling Xiao and said excitedly. Yi Wuliang thought to himself, "No wonder my brother No Light in the Night wanted to take this kid as his foster son. This kid really does have the ability." He was also very surprised that Ling Xiao could become so strong. This was something he didn't expect at all. "Thank you for the praise, Deacon Ruoxian. Actually, I was just lucky. After killing the Black Wolf General, I found something in White Wolf City that helped me achieve a breakthrough in my cultivation," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Okay, then you can follow Master Yi Wuliang to get the thing. I'll leave first. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Snake Tribe. I'll definitely help you." Lin Ruoxian also had urgent matters to attend to. If she hadn't seen Ling Xiao in danger, she wouldn't have wasted time to help. Only Ling Xiao or her family had the right to make her put aside her urgent matters and stop. "Deacon Ruoxian, if you have urgent matters, you can leave first." Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Goodbye." Lin Ruoxian turned and left. "Let's go, young man. Follow this old man. In this inner hall, if you see anything you like, as long as it's not too expensive, this old man will buy it for you. I'll keep my promise, but it can only be one thing." Yi Wuliang was a man of his word. After Lin Ruoxian left, he said to Ling Xiao, "Yes, Senior Elder." Ling Xiao was secretly delighted. He let go of a piece of trash that he could kill at any time in exchange for a free item. This was definitely a good deal. Moreover, he also gave Yi Wuliang face. He believed that if Yi Wuliang encountered any problems in the future, he would have to take care of him. This wasn't just a small benefit. There were many benefits. As Yi Wuliang stepped into the trading area, Ling Xiao immediately heard many whispers. Everyone was surprised. Why would a vice hall master walk together with a disciple who had just ascended to Upper 8 Immortal Mountain? There were envious people. There were jealous people. There were also confused people. The structure of the inner hall is similar to the outer hall. For this, the disciples who have just ascended to Upper 8 Immortal Mountain can exchange things, so the structure hasn't changed. It's the same where you look for things in the past. Yi Wuliang didn't care about the discussions. He explained as he walked. "Understood." Ling Xiao nodded. Actually, as soon as he entered, he noticed that apart from the fact that the quality of the items here was better, he didn't find any difference from the outer hall. Chapter 24:20. Go and look for it, if you understand. I will wait for you here. Come and find me when you are done. Yi Wuliang naturally couldn't follow Ling Xiao around blindly. "Thank you, Senior Yuan." After bidding farewell to Yi Wuliang, Ling Xiao headed to the medicinal herb exchange. This time, besides purchasing the necessary medicinal herbs for alchemy, he intended to use his remaining contribution points to exchange for soul treasures. Yuan venerates needed large amounts of soul treasures to help him decipher the secret of the dark sword immortal diagram. He believed that it would be worth it. Not only could this strengthen the soul of a Yuan venerate, but it could also help him complete the tasks he needed to complete. This was killing two birds with one stone. Master, there is a sword soul stone. Can you help me get it? Suddenly, Shundian's voice came from the storage ring. Sword soul stone. Ling Xiao noticed that there was a gemstone shaped like a broken sword in the medicinal herb exchange. He had heard of this sword soul stone before, but had never seen it before. It was said that possessing a sword soul stone could strengthen the power of a sword martial soul. It could also make a sword martial soul stronger. Ling Xiao didn't have much use for this item, so he asked Shundian out of curiosity what she wanted it for. Master, with a sword soul stone, I can replenish my soul power and even condense a physical body. Although I can't exist for a long time, I can come out of this secret technique to help you in the future. Shundian said excitedly. Ling Xiao had seen Shundian's appearance before, but he had seen her in the secret technique through his soul power. He wondered how beautiful Shundian would be if she could really return to her human form. Upon seeing Ling Xiao in a daze, Shundian thought that he was hesitating. Thus, she added, Master, if you save me, I will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. It's just a small matter. You don't have to be so serious. In fact, you saved my life when you imparted the violent thunder technique and the lava storm to me. Wouldn't I, Ling Xiao, be an ungrateful person if I couldn't even bear to give you a sword soul stone? Although the divine grimoire did not appear often, the two secret techniques that she had imparted to Ling Xiao had allowed Ling Xiao to preserve his life and defeat his enemies in the previous assessment. How could Ling Xiao forget this kindness? I'll take this. I'll ask Grand Elder Evernight for it. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and then left the medicinal herbs exchange. Are you sure you want this sword soul stone? This thing is very expensive. Boundless Knight frowned. What's wrong? Senior Doyen can't give it to me for free? It doesn't matter. If I need contribution points, I can earn them. If I need spirit stones, I can earn them too. Ling Xiao said, Do you know that this sword soul stone costs 400 million low-grade spiritual stones? Even I can't get so many low-grade spirit stones in such a short time. Boundless Knight sighed. What's even more troublesome is that, aside from paying the money, you also have to unconditionally complete 3 tasks for the clan. All of them are troublesome tasks that you can't even imagine. Can you do them? I can. Ling Xiao nodded. Compared to helping the divine grimoire, this little trouble was nothing to him. The divine grimoire wasn't just a good teacher and helpful friend. Moreover, the divine grimoire was his savior. If he couldn't do such a simple task, wouldn't all his previous bold words be useless? You have to think clearly. This sword soul stone is very precious to warriors who have sword martial spirits. However, it is not worth it for you to use it like this. Boundless Knight reminded him. I've thought it through. Ling Xiao nodded. Forget it. I promised you. How about this? I'll help you pay half of the 400 million low-grade spiritual stones, and you pay the other half. As for the 3 tasks, I'll help you complete 2 of them. You only need to complete 1. I believe that those guys in the sect will be happy to do it. After all, I can do more than you. Are you satisfied? Boundless Knight asked with a smile. Senior Doyen, thank you so much. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. After all, this sword soul stone is a treasure. There are only 3 pieces in the entire inner hall. If you want to get it, you have to meet the requirements and apply for a spot from the hall master. But don't worry, with me here, the hall master will give you face. You can go back first and wait for my good news. Boundless Knight said, No problem. Thank you, Senior Doyen. Originally, Ling Xiao felt close to Boundless Knight because he was Boundless Knight's elder brother. Now, after this incident, he had a good impression of Boundless Knight. Okay, then I'll go and find the Hallmaster. If you have nothing else, you can go back first. You injured in Feitian, I'm afraid that many people will find trouble with you. These days, there's no shortage of flatterers. Heaving a sigh, Boundless Knight turned and left. Ling Xiao also left with the materials he exchanged. Master, you've been so good to the Divine Grimoire. The Divine Grimoire will not forget. The Divine Grimoire said excitedly as soon as he left the inner hall. If you want to thank me, you have to wait until you get the item. Ling Xiao chuckled. Furthermore, you keep calling me master. If I don't even help you with such a small matter, wouldn't I be a little too cowardly as a master? The Divine Grimoire was touched, but some words were meaningless. She would remember it in her heart. No matter what happened in the future, she would remember Ling Xiao's kindness. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know what the Divine Grimoire was thinking. He just walked towards the mountain where the Dark Tribe lived. He had just reached the foot of the mountain when he suddenly stopped on a deserted forest path. There's really a lot of trouble today. Did I beat up in Feitian or poke a hornet's nest? Come out. Ling Xiao's spirit power was very strong. Coupled with the presence of a Yuan Venerate and the Divine Grimoire, almost no one could avoid his senses. Not bad, kid. You actually discovered us. As they spoke, 8 people walked out of the forest. Ling Xiao recognized all 8 of them. Weren't they the people who had stopped him at the entrance of the inner hall and then left? That condescending, arrogant, and rude look was something that would never be forgotten. They looked at Ling Xiao mockingly. Even a fool would know that they were looking for trouble. Naturally, there was a leader among the 8 of them. Based on his attire, he seemed to be a member of the Dark Tribe. However, Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. Instead, this person walked out with a smile and looked down at Ling Xiao. Do you know who I am? This fellow's cultivation wasn't bad. He was only 1 grade lower than in Feitian's. He was at the late stage of the 3rd level of the yin-yang boundary, so his aura was much stronger than the others. His arrogance was also a notch higher. I don't know. Ling Xiao replied faintly. You don't even know young Master and Farron? You are indeed a frog in a well. This is young Master and Feitian's younger brother. Chapter 24-21. Don't be so fierce. You'll scare this kid again. And Farron waved his hand as if he was the boss. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, Kid, we're not looking for trouble with you this time. It's just that you've been a little rude to us before. How about this? You'll follow me and help me clean up the latrine. Once you're done, I'll reward you handsomely. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Farron finished speaking, there was a burst of crazy laughter. Obviously, they were mocking Ling Xiao. Do you think you're worthy? Ling Xiao looked at Farron indifferently and said, Go back and take a piss and look at yourself. See if you're better looking than others. Even Feitian was injured by me. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask me to clean your latrine? Naturally, he did not put these people in his eyes. He even dared to beat up Feitian. These people were nothing. Now that his strength had increased, there was no need for him to be afraid. Looking at these people, Ling Xiao did not need to think too much to know that it was Feitian who had arranged this, including the giant guard, Su Mo, and these 8 people. This Feitian's moves really came one after another. What did you say? And Farron was stunned. The other 7 people were also stunned. They thought that in front of the 8 of them, Ling Xiao would definitely be submissive, and obedient. They did not expect Ling Xiao to be so arrogant. His attitude was even more arrogant than theirs. I think you're courting death. And Farron had always thought that Ling Xiao was able to injure Infatian because of a sneak attack, and because Infatian had underestimated him. In fact, Elder Hua and the Dark Knight tribe leader said so. It could not be false. Therefore, he felt that Ling Xiao was not Infatian's match. Similarly, he was not his match either. After all, Ling Xiao had just ascended from the lower 8 Immortal Mountain. How powerful could he be? As he spoke, he released his powerful aura and released his dark shadow martial spirit. It was very similar to Sumo's, but not as strong as Sumo's. However, it was purer. This aura was like a black devil rushing towards Ling Xiao, wanting to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Brat, I originally only wanted you to clean the latrines, but seeing how arrogant you are, you don't even put me in your eyes. I've decided not to let you clean the latrine. In the future, you will sleep in the outhouse. If you dare to be stupid, this young master will destroy you. This was a long way from the inner hall of the Hall of Good and Punishment of Evil. They were already in the territory of the Dark Ones. Therefore, Farron was naturally not afraid of Ling Xiao. However, before his aura could even get close to Ling Xiao, it was shattered into pieces. You still dare to fight back? And Farron was even more annoyed. Suddenly, he waved his palm, bringing with it a burst of black wind. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. It blasted towards Ling Xiao's head. The rest of the youths were shouting and cheering. You dare to bully me with your mediocre skills? If I don't show you who's boss, you won't know that I have 3 eyes. Ling Xiao frowned and suddenly took a step forward. He didn't use any incarnation, nor did he use any martial technique. He just casually pointed out with his finger, and a sword light like aura shot out from his sword. It was pure energy, but it condensed into sword aura. Ah! The sword aura shot out from the tip of his finger and pierced Farron's palm. Farron cried out in pain. Ling Xiao's face showed a hint of coldness and mockery. You think a piece of trash like you can stay in the inner clan. You're just relying on the fact that you're the child of the clan leader's concubine. Ling Xiao mocked. How? How is this possible? It hurts. Aren't you only at the late stage of the first transformation, 2nd level of hell? Farron found it hard to believe that his palm had been pierced through. As the strongest person here, he had been defeated by Ling Xiao in 1 move. The rest of them wouldn't be able to do the same. At this moment, he wasn't thinking about fear, but about humiliation. The other 7 youths here were all inner clan members, and they were on good terms with him. He had wanted to show off his power in front of these people and use Ling Xiao as a stepping stone. Who would have thought that he would be the first to be injured? Young Master Farron, can you do it? That's right, young Master Farron. Don't joke around. Is that kid really that powerful? If you can't do it, why don't you let us do it? A few youths egged Farron on. This made Farron, who had planned to stop, even angrier. He almost lost his mind. He started to numb himself and comfort himself. He thought that he had underestimated Ling Xiao and that he hadn't used his full strength. Kid, you dare to fight back. Good, very good. Today, I'll let you know that the inner clan and outer clan are not on the same level. Die. At this moment, Farron had completely lost his mind. He couldn't think of anything else. His mind was filled with rage. He only wanted to kill Ling Xiao to save his face. His hands formed claws in front of him, and the shadow martial spirit behind him took the shape of a tiger. It was obvious that he was going to use his martial skill. Of course, it wouldn't be a weak martial skill. Every disciple of the Upper 8 Immortal Mountain knew a high-tier jade martial skill. It was just that they were of different grades. Dark Beast King Fist, Tiger Swallowing Stance. With a roar, The tiger formed from the shadows behind him also pounced towards Ling Xiao. Within the shadow of the fist, there was a ferocious tiger head. Looking at its power, it was really powerful. A high-tier jade, martial skill. It's a waste to use it in the hands of a piece of trash like you. Ling Xiao looked at his opponent with disdain. He didn't use his martial spirit transformation, nor did he use his body. He could use his physical strength to suppress this piece of trash. Although Inferin was also a reincarnation realm martial artist, he had probably cultivated to the reincarnation realm under the protection of others. His combat experience was too poor. Fine, I'll play with you. Ling Xiao had just learned the 1,000-Mile Wolf, a top-tier jade martial skill. He hadn't practiced it in a real battle yet. Naturally, he wanted to practice it this time. After all, his opponent couldn't pose a threat to him. There shouldn't be any problems playing with him. 1,000-Mile Wolf, Lone Wolf. Following the activation of the 1,000-Mile Wolf, Ling Xiao instantly appeared behind Inferin. What? Inferin spent a lot of energy to throw a punch, and it landed on the ground. He couldn't even catch Ling Xiao's shadow. Just as he was about to look for Ling Xiao, he suddenly felt a terrifying aura coming from behind him. He hurriedly turned around and threw a punch. However, there was still no sign of anyone. Bastard, where the hell are you? Don't hide. Inferin was scared out of his wits. Encountering an opponent that he couldn't catch was a nightmare for him. Well, aren't I here now? Chapter 24-22. Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Inferin. Inferin was overjoyed. If it had been any other direction, it would have been difficult for him to seize the opportunity. Now that it was coming from the front, it was the perfect opportunity for him to attack. You asked for it. He was originally terrified, afraid that he would be ambushed by Ling Xiao like in Fei Tian. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be such an idiot, coming directly to him to ask for a beating. Inferin roared angrily and attacked with all his might. At such a close distance, he did not believe that he could not hit Ling Xiao. However, dreams were always beautiful. Reality was cruel. Ling Xiao, who was charging at him from the front, disappeared in an instant. Because Inferin had used too much strength, he charged forward without any support and was about to fall. However, he still had some skills. Under such circumstances, he believed that he could support his body and not fall flat on his face. Young Master Farron, be careful! At this moment, a few exclamations came from behind. He did not have time to react. He felt his butt being kicked, and then he could no longer maintain his balance. His face fell to the ground. Ha! With your little strength, you dare to make me stay in the outhouse. Ling Xiao's cold and mocking voice rang out behind Inferin. Inferin knew that things were not going well. Just as he was about to get up, he suddenly felt foot stepping on his head, making him unable to move. Let go of young Master Farron, or we won't be polite. When the others saw the situation, although they were shocked, they knew that they could not sit idly by. If Inferin was humiliated, it meant that they were humiliated as well. How could they tolerate it? I will humiliate him. I won't let him go. What can you do? Ling Xiao looked at these people mockingly, finding it hilarious. How dare any Tom, Dick, and Harry bully him? They were asking for death. Brothers, go. Save young Master Farron. The 7 of them wanted to run, but if anything happened to Inferin, they would all be punished. Besides, with 7 people against 1 person, they didn't believe that they couldn't beat Ling Xiao. Therefore, the 7 of them rushed towards Ling Xiao to rescue Inferin. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. A shocking, thunderous glow burst out from his body, which transformed into 7 lightning bolts that struck the 7 cultivators. The 7 fellows seemed to be frozen in place. All of them were charred black, and black smoke was coming out of their 7 orifices. Move again, and I'll kill you." Ling Zhao's voice was filled with cold killing intent. The 7 fellows were so scared that they stood there, not daring to move. Then, he lifted Farron up and brought him to a nearby latrine. Then, he pressed Farron into the latrine. "Doesn't it feel good? Brat, I'll spare your life today. Next time, it won't be so easy. If you dare to cause trouble for me again, I'll take your dog life." After leaving Farron beside the toilet, Ling Zhao turned around and left. Farron lay there, his whole body stinking, and he was still trembling. He was so angry that he wanted to commit suicide. A long time after Ling Zhao left, he got up and ran to Hidden Flower's courtyard. That was where Hidden Flower resided. Farron knew that he wasn't a match for Ling Zhao, so he had to find help. And Hidden Flower was his greatest support. At this moment, Ling Zhao had already returned to his small wooden house. Sure enough, after hanging the sign, no one dared to approach the wooden hut. Lin Yang and Qingluan Hua were cultivating in peace. Ling Zhao had also given the spirit treasures to the Yuan Venerate so that he could study the secrets of the Dark Sword Immortal Diagram. He was still cultivating the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique. This movement technique was very special. Most movement techniques only had one move. However, the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique had 9 moves. The first move was lone wolf traversing. It was fast and unpredictable. The second move was double wolf traversing. It could create a clone that was almost no different from the real body. Besides the benefits of the first move, it could also confuse the opponent. According to No Light in the Night, the wolf traversing 1,000 miles movement technique had been in the Dark Tower for decades. In these decades, only one person had been able to cultivate the first move to the Great Perfection realm within a year. Within 3 years, there were only a mere 10 people who were able to master the 2 styles. Up until now, no one had been able to cultivate all 9 moves to the Great Perfection realm. Therefore, No Light in the Night had told Ling Zhao to give up on cultivating this movement technique, as it would be a waste of time. Ling Zhao naturally wouldn't listen to him. Why wouldn't he cultivate a top-notch jade-grade movement technique after much difficulty? Moreover, he believed that with his talent and comprehension, he would definitely surprise No Light in the Night. After the actual combat practice just now, Ling Zhao had a deeper understanding of the first move, Lone Wolf Traversing. This would be very helpful for him to cultivate Lone Wolf traversing to the Great Perfection realm. Therefore, he pondered in the room. However, it was only a mere 20 minutes. A strong and hostile aura appeared in the wooden house. This aura seems to be Elder Hidden Flower. Looks like that Brad and Farron didn't learn his lesson at all. He actually dared to complain. Ling Zhao sneered. The next time he saw Farron, he would definitely make him eat *T again. Ling Zhao, you little thief, get out here. It was indeed Hidden Flower. Hidden Flower originally wanted to destroy Ling Zhao's wooden house as soon as she arrived to give Ling Zhao a show of strength. However, there was a formation set up around the wooden house. Her palm attack didn't have much effect. It only made the wooden house creak, but it didn't collapse. Therefore, she could only roar. How angry was she? This Ling Zhao, a mere outsider who had just joined the Dark Clan for 2 days, actually stabbed her beloved Fei Qian first. Then he humiliated Farron. Did he really think that there was no one in the Dark Clan? Ling Zhao sneered and let Qingluan and Lin Yang continue to cultivate. He walked out of the wooden house alone, but he didn't leave the formation. He wasn't stupid. Hidden Flower was so strong that he definitely wasn't her opponent. If she wanted to kill him, there probably wouldn't be enough time to save him. He wanted to see how this old woman would deal with him if he stayed in the formation. Isn't this Elder Hidden Flower? Why do you have time to come to my wooden house? Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower and smiled. Brat, don't play dumb. Did you pin and Farron in the latrine? Hidden Flower said angrily. It seems like that really happened. Ling Xiao nodded. It's good that you admit it. Brat, I can tell at a glance that you're not a good person. Not only did you humiliate and Farron, but you also mocked me. If I don't kill you today, I won't be able to take it lying down. Hidden Flower said angrily. Hearing Hidden Flower's words, Ling Xiao understood that Dark Farron had not only complained, but had also added fuel to the fire. Chapter 24-23. Dark Farron's words were just an excuse for Hidden Flower. Ling Xiao's explanation was useless. She definitely wouldn't listen. So, what if I humiliated him? He's a piece of trash who's almost 18 years old. How can he be so useless? That's fine. I won't laugh at him if his aptitude isn't good enough. But he came out to show off. He's arrogant and despotic. If I don't teach him a lesson, who should I teach? Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower and sneered. Okay. You said it all. You admitted it all. In that case, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. From today onwards, you, Ling Xiao, will be responsible for cleaning the entire Dark Tribe's toilets. You're not allowed to sleep or cultivate until you're done. Hidden Flower roared. What if I don't agree? Ling Xiao sneered. If he really listened to this old woman, then he could forget about cultivating in the future. What was the use of joining the Dark Tribe after ascending to aid Immortal Mountain? He might as well go back to Onyx Immortal Mountain. So he couldn't agree at all. You don't agree? If you don't agree, then go back to Onyx Immortal Mountain. Hidden Flower roared. What a joke! Do you think I'll leave just because you tell me to? Are there any rules in Aid Immortal Mountain? Is there any law? Could it be that you, Elder Hidden Flower, want to cover the sky with one hand? Ling Xiao shouted. Rules? I'm the rule here. If you don't agree, then get lost. Hidden Flower shouted. Haha, Elder Hidden Flower, you're really powerful. Since when do you have the final say in the Dark Tribe's rules? Mocking laughter came from afar. It was Dark Knight, who appeared in front of the wooden house. I said before that whoever provokes, my disciple provokes me. Dark Knight. Looks like you didn't learn your lesson. Dark Knight landed and suddenly slapped Hidden Flower's face. Get lost. I'll say it one last time. Ling Xiao is my disciple. As long as he doesn't break the rules, I'll deal with whoever touches him. Dark Knight, don't act recklessly just because you're strong. The Dark Tribe isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. Hidden Flower was a little dazed after being slapped. She wanted to fight back, but when she thought of what happened in the sacrificial hall that day, she didn't dare to make a move. At that time, Dark Knight Formless had repelled her with a single move. She had no chance of defeating Dark Knight Formless. I'm atrocious. Dark Knight Formless had gone from being low-key and tolerant in the past to being so domineering today. Ling Xiao almost couldn't recognize him. However, Ling Xiao really liked the current Formless Knight. A man and a... In any case, the profound world was a world where one's fist spoke and strength spoke. Talking about other things was useless. Whether it was strength or reason, he would not lose. You. Good. You're good. Dark Knight. Remember to leave a way out for yourself. I'll report this to the Patriarch. Don't regret it then. Hidden Flower's face was burning. She had lost face in front of a group of inner and outer disciples, but there was nothing she could do. Being slapped by the Black Immortal Mountain's mountain lord wasn't a good feeling, but she had to endure it. She couldn't help it. She wasn't as strong as him. After speaking, she turned and hurriedly left with Farron and the others. Mountain Lord, how do you have time to come here? How are Senior Brother and Feng Ru? Ling Xiao was very close to Dark Knight. When he saw Hidden Flower leave, he walked up and asked excitedly, "Why? You don't welcome them? Rin Fong and Fong Ru are good. They're very hard-working. Now that you've ascended to the 8 Immortal Mountain, they want to ascend too." Dark Knight smiled and said, "It's a pity that I don't have any suitable martial arts to teach them. Sigh, I should have kept more of those ordinary martial arts. It's okay. When I went to the White Wolf County City to kill the Black Wolf General, I happened to get some martial arts. They're all high-tier jade grade, but they're easier to cultivate." As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out a few sets of secret martial arts manuals from his storage ring and handed them to High Formless. "Eldest senior brother and Feng Ru are my friends, and they are also my senior brother and junior sister. Let them cultivate in peace and strive to ascend to the 8 Immortal Mountain as soon as possible. Okay, I won't refuse the things you give me." Dark Knight felt more and more that Ling Xiao had chosen the right disciple. Although this child was sometimes very ruthless and cruel, he was very affectionate and righteous. Logically speaking, he was already a disciple of the 8 Immortal Mountain. There was no need for him to care about the matters of the 8 Immortal Mountain. But when he got something good, he still thought of his former friends. Just this thought alone was very touching. "Let's go." After taking the things, Dark Knight patted Ling Xiao's shoulder and turned to leave. He came here for no other reason than to help Ling Xiao chase away Hidden Flower. With his cultivation, nothing that happened in the entire 8 Immortal Mountain could escape his eyes. It was just that he didn't care about anything in the past. As soon as Dark Knight left, No Light in the Night came. "Looks like I'm still a step too late. Second brother beat me to it again." Seeing that Ling Xiao was safe and sound, No Light in the Night heaved a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little helpless. He had also come to help because he heard that something was wrong. Although he wouldn't chase away Hidden Flower like Dark Knight, he could still ensure that Ling Xiao didn't die. But who knew that Dark Knight would be so proactive? Ling Xiao, on the other hand, found it funny. He used to think that No Light in the Night was cold and powerful, and he was a bit of a jerk. But after interacting with him for a long time, he realized that this guy was actually a joker. "Stop laughing. Didn't you say you wanted to go to the 5th level of the ghost prison? Let's go. I'll take you there now." No Light in the Night glared at Ling Xiao. "Go now." Ling Xiao was a little surprised. How could No Light in the Night be so decisive? He hadn't even asked for it for a long time, but he had already done it. "You don't want to go?" Of course. I'll go inform them." Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house and told Qing Wan and Lin Yang that he wanted to go to the 5th level of the ghost prison. Then he set off with No Light in the Night. "Remember, the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd will begin in a month's time. You must return before then. If you miss this time, you'll have to wait until next year. It's not worth it." On the way, No Light in the Night reminded him, "Anyway, you've already defeated Su Mo and are now ranked first among the foreign races. You've already met this condition. In a month, you can directly participate in the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. Do you know why Hidden Flower is making trouble for you? Actually, it's mainly because you made her lose face. She said before that it's impossible for you to get first place among the foreign races, but you did it in 2 days. It'd be strange if she wasn't angry." "How did you know?" Ling Xiao asked, a little surprised. "My big brother reported it. He was the one who requested that you be ranked first among the foreign races. Being able to defeat Su Mo and take away his pair of tricks, you deserve it." Chapter 24-24. Let me remind you, Ling Xiao, the 5th floor of the ghost prison is different from the other 4 floors. Don't run around after you enter. Follow the map I gave you, or you'll get lost easily. They had arrived at the entrance of the 5th floor of the ghost prison. The portal that was condensed from energy shone with a strange light. It was like a ferocious beast that was eagerly waiting to swallow something. Go on in. I've already informed the guards inside. After you enter, they'll arrange your schedule. Don't waste time. No Light in the Night looked at Ling Xiao and sighed helplessly. Such a genius, yet he still couldn't take him in as a foster son. This made him feel rather helpless. Ling Xiao didn't know what he was thinking and directly jumped into the portal. It was different from the first and second floors of the ghost prison. The moment Ling Xiao stepped into the fifth floor, he didn't enter the ghost prison directly. Instead, he arrived at a solemn hall. There were many guards in the hall. Every guard's strength was above the peak of the fourth floor of hell. It was indeed the fifth floor of the ghost prison. Even the guards were so strong. It wasn't a place that a disciple of the immortal mountain could enter. Seeing Ling Xiao, one of the guards walked over. This person was about 20 years old. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the fifth floor of hell. Although he wasn't a reincarnation realm martial artist, his strength was strong enough. You're Ling Xiao? The person asked. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. Hee, your aura is different. I heard that you beat up in Feitian. Well done. That guy was too cocky. By the way, my name is Hai Chongfeng. I'm one of the leaders of the guards here. Lord Wukong, and Lord Formless told me about you. Well done. The person said with a smile. It seemed that he was also a member of the Dark Tribe with the surname Hai. No wonder he treated him well. Greetings, Senior Brother Chongfeng. Ling Xiao greeted him again. You don't have to be so polite. I'll take you to the cultivation place. Also, if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. As long as I know, I'll tell you. Hai Chongfeng said with a smile. This person had a cheerful personality and was easy to get along with. Also, if you want to leave the fifth floor of the ghost prison, you can come find me. I will naturally help you leave. Hearing this, Ling Xiao nodded. It seemed that there were some things that he didn't need to worry about. Someone had already arranged it for him. Next, there were only two things that he needed to do. One was cultivation. It was said that the fifth floor of Ghost Prison was different from the fourth floor. The spiritual energy here was 100 times denser than the outside world. However, because the density was too high, ordinary martial artists would be crushed to the point of breaking bones or even losing their lives. Therefore, not just anyone could come here to cultivate. Moreover, if the spiritual energy was too abundant, it would cause the body to be unable to bear it. Just like excessive nutrition, it would cause problems. This was also why there were strict requirements for those who entered the fifth floor of the ghost prison. However, Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of this. His body was stronger than any of the guards here. The other thing he wanted to do was to find Ling Yan and ask him about the situation so that he wouldn't have to run around like a headless fly when he came to rescue him in the future. All right, there are no more questions. I'll bring you on your way. Hai Chongfeng said, when you see the real fifth floor of Ghost Prison later, you mustn't be surprised. He smiled, then led Ling Xiao forward. After exiting the main hall and walking for about 500 to 600 meters, Ling Xiao suddenly revealed a look of astonishment. In front of his eyes, there was actually an ocean floating in midair. The sea water was constantly roaring, and some islands dotted the surface of the sea. There were even a few ships cruising on it. This is Ghost Prison's fifth floor. Ling Xiao was really surprised. Although he knew that this was a world inside a Dharma treasure, wasn't it usually land? It was his first time seeing such a huge sea that he couldn't see the end of. Are you very surprised? This place is just like a different world. I really don't know how the martial artist who owned this Dharma treasure cultivated. Hai Changfeng sighed. The present mystic world is actually far from what it used to be. In the past, reincarnation realm martial artists could be seen everywhere, not to mention First Revolution martial artists. Even 10th Revolution martial artists could be seen easily, but now it's really impossible. Fortunately, the mountain river martial spirit has reappeared and brought about another huge change in the mystic world. I can clearly feel that the martial artists of the Black Tortoise Continent are constantly recovering, not to mention Hai Changfeng. Even Ling Xiao was also feeling the same. The person who owned this Dharma treasure back then was definitely an extremely terrifying martial artist. All right, let's not express our feelings. Lord Wu Guang should have given you a map, right? Hai Changfeng asked. Yes. Ling Xiao took out the map. It's easy with a map. You see this? This is the place you want to go. It's called the Cultivation Channel, also known as the Cultivation Paradise. There are countless islands on the channel. Any island can be used to cultivate, and each island has different effects. Although there are many dangers here, it's much better than the Devil's Sea domain. The Devil's Sea domain is at the end of this channel. You must not go there. A group of crazy prisoners are locked up there, and each of them is extremely powerful. They've been exiled there to fend for themselves. Hai Changfeng explained the situation of the 5th floor of the ghost prison to Ling Xiao very seriously. He definitely didn't want Ling Xiao to go to the Devil's Sea domain, but the more it was so, the more Ling Xiao wanted to go. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat. This was probably the reason. Although he knew that it was dangerous, he still had to go. If he didn't go, what would happen to Ling Yan? That was the real reason why he entered the 5th floor of the ghost prison. At this time, Hai Changfeng took out a boat from his storage ring. Although it was called a boat, it was more like a canoe. It was very narrow. If one walked on a small river, they might be able to walk on it. But if one walked on the surface of the sea, they would probably be knocked over very quickly. Ling Xiao, the cultivation channel can't be entered by large ships. Only canoes or small boats can enter. So you have to think carefully. This is an extremely dangerous matter. You will have to face huge waves and fierce beasts in the sea. Although we still don't know whether this is a real sea or not, and what will happen if one falls in. However, there were people who fell in before and never came back. We don't know if they died or went to another place. If you want to be a guinea pig, you can try, but I don't recommend you do that. Hai Changfeng smiled and jumped onto one of the canoes. Then he released his energy under his feet, and the canoe quickly moved forward. Ling Xiao smiled and jumped on as well. This kind of thing wasn't difficult for him. The moment he stepped on the canoe, he suddenly felt the uniqueness of this sea. It was different from the sea outside. It seemed to be connected. Chapter 24-25. Standing on the canoe, Ling Xiao could clearly feel the vast power of the ocean. It was a power that could easily destroy martial artists like them. It was truly terrifying. Don't worry. As long as you focus, we'll reach the nearest island soon. Seeing Ling Xiao frown, Hai Changfeng thought that he was afraid, so he said this with a smile. Got it, senior brother Changfeng. Ling Xiao nodded and began to focus on the canoe beneath his feet. His soul power probed into the depths of the ocean and could feel that there were many powerful auras in the ocean. They were probably the so-called sea beasts. Along the way, not only did they have to avoid the waves, they also had to be careful of the sea beast sneak attacks. It was really dangerous. What is the Demon Sea region made up of? Are there many islands like the Cultivation Channel? Ling Xiao suddenly asked, because they were just chatting. Hai Changfeng didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao's question and directly answered, the Demon Sea region is mainly made up of 8 parts, also known as the 8 regions. you should be able to guess that the 8 regions are under the jurisdiction of the 8 great families. The Dark Tribe's jurisdiction is the Dark Realm, which naturally has many islands. However, they are much bigger than the islands here. I see. Then where are the prisoners? Ling Xiao deliberately pretended to be very curious and asked, "Kid, you're too curious. But it's fine to tell you. Anyway, you won't be able to reach there. According to the rules, the prisoners of the 8 great families are naturally imprisoned in their respective sea regions. For example, the former sect leader Ling Yan, who betrayed the 8 Immortals Mountain, was captured by the Sand Tribe. So, he should be imprisoned in the Sand Tribe's sea region. Unknowingly or intentionally, Hai Changfeng actually mentioned Ling Yan. He even mentioned Ling Yan's location. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that no light in the night or High Formless had already guessed his real purpose in entering the 5th floor of the ghost prison. In order to prevent him from causing trouble, Hai Changfeng told him Ling Yan's location. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Hai Changfeng turned to look at him and said seriously, "Let me remind you again. Don't go to the Demon Sea region. If you go there, you might never be able to come back." "Understood, Senior Brother Changfeng." Ling Xiao nodded, but he obviously didn't think so in his heart. If he wanted to save Ling Yan, he had to make a trip to the Devil's Sea domain. However, he could choose to do it later. If he cultivated for a while on this cultivation channel, he might be able to make a breakthrough. Once he made a breakthrough in his cultivation, it would be safer for him to go to the Devil's Sea domain. Roar! Just as the two of them were talking, a huge mouth suddenly emerged from the deep sea. It was just a goldfish. However, its body was as large as a mountain, and it was definitely much larger than the whales outside. Ling Xiao was shocked to the core. "Get lost!" Hai Changfeng threw out a punch. The black fist was like a black thunderbolt that struck the giant goldfish. It sent the goldfish flying into the deep sea. Then he never came back. They continued to move forward. Damn, the sea beasts on this cultivation channel are so ferocious. What's the situation in the Demon Sea region? Ling Xiao couldn't help but worry. "We're here. Do you see it? That's the first island on the cultivation channel. The cultivation difficulty here is level 1. Level 1 refers to the place where martial artists at the early stage of the 5th layer of hell or the first transformation 4th layer of hell can cultivate safely. It can withstand the atmospheric pressure there. The atmospheric pressure there is 10 times that of the outside world. Ordinary people can't even breathe. I suggest you stay here. It's your first time here, and your cultivation isn't strong. If you get used to it, or if you make a breakthrough in your cultivation, you can go to the island behind. Don't worry, the cultivation channel doesn't have that much pressure. As long as you don't go to the island, you'll be fine." Hai Changfeng wanted to explain everything at once because he couldn't accompany Ling Xiao all the time. He had his own things to do. Moreover, cultivation was a personal matter. If he were to stay here all the time, would Ling Xiao still be able to improve? "I got it." Ling Xiao nodded. "All right, let's go to the island together. I'll talk about other things when we're there." After saying that, Hai Changfeng stepped onto the nearest island first. Ling Xiao followed suit. Plop! As soon as they arrived at the island, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying pressure coming from all directions, pressing him to the ground. It's so scary. Even breathing has become difficult. However, the spirit chi here is really abundant. I like it. After a moment of adaptation, Ling Xiao basically had nothing to fear from this 10 times atmospheric pressure. His body was much stronger than Hai Changfeng's. Although he was weaker than Hai Changfeng, he would definitely win in terms of physical strength. Not bad. It seems like my worries were unnecessary. Seeing that Ling Zhao's breathing was gradually smoothing out, Hai Changfeng smiled and said, "Then you can cultivate here. If there's anything, use the soul lock token to inform me. I'll rush over immediately. There are all kinds of wild animals on this island. If you're really hungry, you can get some for yourself. All right, let's not talk too much. You can cultivate in peace. I'm leaving. Senior Brother Changfeng, see you later. See you later. You can cultivate in peace. I'll inform you when it's almost a month away. Don't worry about delaying the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd." Hai Changfeng smiled and quickly left on the canoe. After sending Hai Changfeng off, Ling Xiao began to observe the island in front of him. Other than the high density of spirit qi, the plants here were also very lush. The ordinary wolf-tail grass was actually more than 10 meters tall here. It could only be described as terrifying. He could even see giant dragonflies that were more than 10 meters long. The spirit qi here was too abundant. The plants and animals were a little too nourished. Let's cultivate first. Ling Xiao could feel the great benefits of this place. With such abundant spirit qi in the air, the benefits of cultivating alone were immense. However, looking at those giant insects, he decided to change his cultivation method. It was more suitable for him to cultivate during battles and consume the demonic cores of those demonic beasts. The initial battles were very difficult for him. Because he was not used to the atmospheric pressure here, his every movement became very clumsy because of the atmospheric pressure. He could not even mobilize his elemental energy or release his force. He was taught a lesson by those insects. Fortunately, his body was strong enough. He fought with force and finally killed one insect. By now, 3 days had passed. Based on this progress, it was better to sit cross-legged and cultivate. However, Ling Xiao did not change his cultivation method. He knew that the further he went, the faster his cultivation speed would be. Chapter 24-26. Fight. Strengthen. Fight again. Strengthen again. This was Ling Xiao's boring cultivation life in the 5th layer of the ghost prison. Moreover, in the process of cultivation, his various martial skills were also improving at the same time. After half a month, Ling Xiao moved from the 1st island to the 10th island. The atmospheric pressure also increased by more than 20 times. At the same time, the density of spirit energy also increased by 20 times. The strength of the demonic beasts here was also clearly stronger. His strength was also rising at an even faster rate. Overall, from the first transition of the 3rd layer of Hell's middle stage, he only had 10% of his strength. Now, he had 100% of his strength accumulated. What awaited him was only the advancement. In addition, the Berserk Thunder art finally reached the proficient level. The Lava Storm also reached the proficient level. The 6 moves of the Meteor Sword art had been completely mastered, except for the last move, which was only at the large success level. The rest had all reached the perfection level. Its power was definitely not inferior to a high-level Jade grade martial skill. The 2 moves of the Eastern Purple Chi sword, one sword returning to the west, was cultivated to the large success level. One sword annihilation was cultivated to the proficient level. As for the 1,000-mile wolf, his improvement was the greatest. The first move, Lone Wolf, and the second move, Twin Wolfgang, had been perfectly cultivated to the perfection level. The third move, Pack of Wolves, had also been cultivated to the large success level. The fourth move, Hell Wolf, had been cultivated to the small success level. The fifth move, Lightning Wolf, had been cultivated to the small success level. The sixth move, Lava Wolf, had been cultivated to the small success level. The 1,000-mile wolf would develop differently according to each person's characteristics. The first 3 moves were basically the same. However, from the 4th move onwards, Each person would be different. The Hell Wolf represented Ling Xiao's powerful spirit energy. The Lightning Wolf was compatible with the lightning battle body. Its speed was as fast as lightning. Moreover, when it was used, the lightning could injure people. The Lava Wolf was compatible with the lava battle body. It was similar to the Lightning Wolf. However, the difference was not its speed. Instead, it was its destructive power and defensive power. In just half a month, Ling Xiao had already mastered the first 6 moves from the time he obtained the 1,000-mile wolf to now. Although there was a difference in maturity, this was something that had never happened before in the history of the 8 Immortals Mountain. If no light in the night knew about this, he would probably be even crazier to make Ling Xiao his adopted son. I'm about to break through. I really want to find someone to fight. Although not every breakthrough required a battle, Ling Xiao was very clear that a breakthrough through actual combat would be more stable. He stood up and looked in the direction of the Devil Sea region. Since he had reached the 10th island, he was not far from the Demon Sea area. With his Tai Chi, he could see everything clearly. Next, he prepared to stop cultivating. After all, there was a more important goal in coming here, and that was to find Ling Yan's whereabouts. Since he already knew that Ling Yan was imprisoned in the Sand Race's sea region, he naturally had to go and take a look. Moreover, wasn't searching for Ling Yan also a form of cultivation? Along the way, they would most likely encounter a lot of trouble. He stood up, jumped onto the canoe, and sped towards the Demon Sea region. The canoe cut through the waves. Ling Xiao could feel that his strength had increased during this period of time. Only his cultivation had not broken through. If his cultivation could break through, it would be even more perfect. Who is it? In front of him, at the entrance of the Demon Sea region, a huge sea snake suddenly appeared. On the head of the sea snake, a person sat. Ling Xiao hurriedly stopped the canoe, almost crashing into it. I want to ask who you are. How dare you barge into the Demon Sea region? The martial artist sitting on the head of the sea snake looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "This one is Ling Xiao. I'm going to the Demon Sea region to find someone. I don't seem to have broken the rules. As far as I know, the 8 Immortals Mountain allows martial artists to enter the Demon Sea region." Ling Xiao looked at that person and said politely, "Ling Xiao? The Ling Xiao who killed the Sand Sea and Desert Cloud?" That person asked coldly. "That's right, it's me." Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in hiding because the other party was not a fool. He was definitely a shrewd person. There was no point in lying. "Then, do you know who I am?" That person asked again. "I don't know. My name is Sand Eagle, Desert Cloud's brother, and Sand Sea is my master." That person suddenly released a tyrannical killing intent. Damn, enemies are really bound to meet on a narrow road. I can't believe I met a Sand Race martial artist here. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows, but soon after, he smiled again. Good, I don't know much about the Sand Race's sea region. If I take this guy as a captive, I might be able to find Ling Yan faster. Thinking of this, he suddenly became very happy. The other party was not weak and should be on the same level as in Feitian. If it was half a month ago, he would have to rely on the butterfly lady to win against such an opponent. But now, he was no longer afraid. "Oh, then what do you want?" Ling Xiao asked. "Is there a need to ask? Killing is not prohibited in the 5th floor of the ghost prison, especially in the Demon Sea region. If you die, no one will care. So now you have 2 choices. Either you go back and never set foot in the Demon Sea region, or you die." Sand Eagle said coldly. "Are you the gatekeeper of the Demon Sea region? I heard from Senior Brother Chongfeng that to enter the Demon Sea region, one must enter a huge underwater whirlpool, and then randomly appear somewhere in the Demon Sea region." Ling Xiao asked, You're very smart. So as long as you stay in the cultivation channel, I can't do anything to you. Hai Changfeng is very annoying. But if you step out of the Demon Sea region, don't blame me for being impolite. He definitely won't be able to help you. Sand Eagle said indifferently. Although the Demon Sea region was dangerous, it was definitely a good place. Sand Eagle did not want Ling Xiao to go in, afraid that Ling Xiao would have a fortuitous encounter. Then I'll choose to enter the Demon Sea region, but you don't seem to have the strength to kill me, Ling Xiao said with a smile. As he spoke, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the Demon Sea region. Although he was only upstream of the huge whirlpool, he had already left the cultivation channel and was no longer under Hai Changfeng's jurisdiction. Looks like you're really as arrogant as the rumors say. Then go to hell. Sea Snake, kill him. Sand Eagle did not even bother to do it himself. He controlled the huge sea snake to bite Ling Xiao. The sea snake hissed and let out a thunderous roar. It did not sound like a snake at all, but more like a terrifying beast. Stop. At this moment, Hai Changfeng appeared. In fact, every island had a fixed teleportation array. There were also some at the entrance. Hai Changfeng had brought Ling Xiao on the canoe just to train Ling Xiao. This time, he was here to save someone, so he directly teleported over. Ha ha! Hai Changfeng, this is already within the Demon Sea region. You have no right to interfere with our business. If you dare to enter, you'll be violating the rules. Chapter 24-27. Bastard, Ling Xiao, come back. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the cultivation route, he would have the right to save him. However, it seemed that Ling Xiao was unwilling to return. Moreover, the sea serpent had already arrived in front of Ling Xiao. Hai Changfeng stomped his feet in annoyance, causing several huge waves to erupt on the surface of the sea. He had received instructions from No Light in the Night and High Formless to protect Ling Xiao. However, he could not save him in time. If Ling Xiao were to die, he would really feel guilty. However, at this moment, he was shocked to see that the huge sea serpent was sent flying by Ling Xiao with a single punch. It was a very strange scene. Ling Xiao stood in front of the sea serpent as if he was a human and a flea. However, the flea had directly flipped the human over. How could this not be strange? Not to mention Hai Changfeng, Deagle was even more shocked. He hurriedly jumped down from the sea serpent and floated in the air. It seems that you do have some skills. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill Sha Hai and Desert Cloud. Deagle looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Since the sea serpent was useless, he could only do it himself. However, you are unlucky to have met me. Behind him, a strong wind blew, and a crazy black sandstorm appeared on the sea. His fists were like monsters formed by a sandstorm, pouncing toward Ling Xiao. The terrifying force completely surrounded Ling Xiao, not giving Ling Xiao any chance to escape. Die! Black Sun Sandstorm Fist. Deagle's move was very similar to Sha Jiao's Black Sun Sword technique. However, one used a sword, while the other used a fist. The sword technique was sharper. The fist technique was more domineering. What's your relationship with Sha Jiao? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. Ignoring his opponent's attack, Ling Xiao still had the time to ask questions. Deagle naturally would not answer. However, Ling Xiao continued, You probably don't know, but Sha Jiao is also dead. He was killed by me. What? At that moment, Deagle was in a daze. Ling Xiao could have taken this opportunity to attack, but he didn't, because his opponent wasn't worth it. Deagle returned to normal in an instant. He was incomparably furious, and the aura of his fists was even more ferocious. Good, now that's interesting. Otherwise, defeating you would be too boring. Ling Xiao instantly transformed into the Black Wolf General. The reason why he used the Black Wolf General was to better utilize the 1,000-mile wolf. He wanted to use this desert eagle to test the results of his cultivation during this period. The lone wolf travels 1,000 li. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly turned into a wolf's shadow and flashed past. The speed was so fast that it gave Deagle a shock. However, he was still an expert on the same level as in Fei Tian. Although he was slightly weaker than in Fei Tian, he had rich combat experience and reacted quickly. In the blink of an eye, he caught sight of Ling Xiao's figure. The sandstorm swept a huge wave towards Ling Xiao. Of course, Deagle didn't expect the wave to kill Ling Xiao. What he wanted was for the waves to slow down Ling Xiao's speed, so that his attacks could truly land on Ling Xiao's body. Interesting, the 1,000-mile wolf twin wolf association. Seeing the wave coming towards him, Ling Xiao didn't take it head-on. Instead, he split into two. There was no limit to his speed, but his movements became even more strange. At that moment, Deagle could only guess which figure was Ling Xiao. However, this guy really wasn't an ordinary person. Since he couldn't guess which one was real, he attacked at the same time. Two sandstorms swept up 2 layers of waves and blasted towards different wolf shadows. Anyway, one of them was definitely real, and that was enough. You're a little better than that useless sand eagle. You can actually catch sight of my figure. But what about this? The 1,000-mile wolf pack attack. The number of wolves in a pack wasn't fixed. The only thing Ling Xiao could do now was to create 3 wolf phantoms. Compared to the twin wolf association, the wolf pack attack couldn't instantly switch between the shadows, but there were more of them. However, the 2 shadows of the twin wolf association could switch freely. This was something that Ling Xiao had specially researched using the effects of his Gemini martial spirits. It was different from what others cultivated. Deagle was already using all his strength to deal with 2 figures. The 3 figures attacked at the same time, and he was a little flustered. However, he couldn't admit defeat. The terrifying attack condensed again, and he surrounded himself with a black storm. Then, the huge wave formed a whirlpool around his body, completely protecting him. This whirlpool was more like a waterspout. It could both defend and attack. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He didn't believe that this kind of protection couldn't block Ling Xiao's surprise attack. However, his confidence was useless against Ling Xiao. The 1,000-mile wolf 4th style, Nether Wolf. There were still 2 wolf shadows. However, one of them was a nether wolf formed completely from Ling Xiao's source spirit. Unless it was a soul attack, it couldn't stop him. The wolf shadow circled around the waterspout, looking for an opportunity. The other wolf shadow, which was the nether wolf, directly pierced through Deagle's body. Of course, the nether wolf wouldn't cause any substantial damage, but it could cause unexpected effects. The moment the nether wolf pierced through his body, Deagle suddenly felt that there was no meaning in living in this world. His soul was attacked. His fighting spirit was instantly disintegrated. Even the powerful waterspout dissipated in an instant. The other wolf shadow rushed in, and its ferocious wolf claws slammed into Deagle's body, sending him flying. Watching the entire battle, Hai Chongfeng felt like he was in a dream. From the moment the sea serpent attacked Ling Xiao, he felt that there was no hope for Ling Xiao. He blamed himself and didn't know how to report to no light in the night and Hai formless. However, what happened next made him feel like he was in a dream. Not only did Ling Xiao dodge the sea serpent's attack, but he also dodged Deagle's attack. He even sent the sea serpent and Deagle flying. How much had this kid grown? While he was still in a daze, Ling Xiao wasn't. He stepped on Deagle and stood on top of the sea serpent's body. He said coldly, "You said that the Devil Sea area is a terrifying place and no one will care about your life. If I kill you, I'm afraid no one will care, right? You. I'm not convinced. What kind of sorcery did you use? How did you beat me? Deagle still couldn't accept it. He still had many powerful moves that he hadn't used, and he was defeated so sullenly. This kind of defeat made him feel wronged. You're not convinced. I only used the 1,000-mile wolf movement skill, and you can't even see that. You're still guarding the Devil Sea area. I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I only have one question for you. Do you want to die, or do you want to live? Ling Xiao said coldly. Of course I want to live. In Deagle's opinion, only by living could he avenge his brother. If he died, there would be nothing left. Chapter 24-28. If you want to live, tell me, why is the Demon Sea region so dangerous? Ling Xiao asked Xiaoying. You don't have to ask him. I can answer your question. The Demon Sea region is different from the cultivation channel. The seawater there has a terrifying suction force, and ordinary people can't live there. If you stand on it, you can easily be pulled into the seawater. That's why it's so scary. Hai Changfeng directly answered Ling Xiao's question. Just because of that. Ling Xiao asked in astonishment. Of course, that's not the only danger in the Demon Sea region. Let him go. I'll tell you about the Demon Sea region. If you kill him, I'm afraid you'll alarm Sire Shui. Hai Changfeng reminded. That's right. You don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, Sire Shui will definitely wake up. He's a terrifying existence that's not any weaker than the Doyen. Unless you're courting death. Deagle suddenly became fearless. You bastard. I asked you a question, but you didn't answer a single one. Damn it. Ling Xiao didn't waste his breath. Since someone like Sha Ying wanted to kill him, why should he be polite? Could it be that he would continue to kill him in the future? Was it fun? After smashing Sha Ying's head with his claw, Ling Xiao instantly returned to the cultivation channel. From the terrifying whirlpool, a white-haired old man over 10 meters tall flew out. Sire Shui. Hai Changfeng jumped in fright. Ling Xiao was really a madman, but that Sha Ying was also too much. Why did he have to say that last sentence? Wasn't he trying to provoke Ling Xiao? He was really afraid. Although he wasn't weak, he couldn't be compared to Sire Shui. Who killed him? Sire Shui abruptly opened his bizarre eyes and roared. His eyes were dark blue, like ripples of water, but they were emitting a ferocious aura like the eyes of a sea beast. It's me. Ling Xiao was already prepared to escape. He didn't believe that Sire Shui could catch up to him. You, die. All of a sudden, Sire Shui stretched his hand out. The palm was also different from a human's. It looked more like the palm of the sea race. There was a thin membrane on it. The palm smashed down like a giant seal, intending to kill Ling Xiao on the spot. Ling Xiao, run! Looking at the situation, Hai Changfeng had no other choice but to send out a punch before tossing Ling Xiao out. Although he wasn't Sire Shui's opponent, he felt that he was stronger than Ling Xiao and he had a higher chance of escaping. However, he had overestimated himself and underestimated Sire Shui. That palm strike alone caused Hai Changfeng to feel dizzy. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his body was severely injured. F***CK. Why did I have to be so kind? I'm dead for sure now. Hai Changfeng cursed. He knew that, at this moment, no one could save him, and he was gradually losing consciousness. Before he fainted, he saw that Ling Xiao had returned. F***CK. I saved him for nothing. Is this kid stupid? However, there was nothing he could do. He had completely lost consciousness. Ling Xiao was standing beside Hai Changfeng. To be honest, he didn't expect Hai Changfeng to save him. That was why he was accidentally saved. Actually, with his movement technique, it wouldn't be a problem for him to dodge Sire Shui's attack. Moreover, Sire Shui obviously couldn't leave the Demon Sea region. As long as they escaped far away, they would be fine. However, Hai Changfeng had to save him, resulting in this situation. Of course, Ling Xiao wouldn't blame Hai Changfeng. Instead, he was grateful to him. A person whom he had only met once dared to risk his life to save him. Regardless of the outcome, he was grateful. He stuffed a recuperation pill into Hai Changfeng's mouth and used his elemental force to help him refine the pill. After confirming that Hai Changfeng wouldn't die, he looked at Hai Changfeng. You're an expert at the late stage of the first transformation, 5th level of hell. How dare you attack a junior like me? You're really shameless. Today, you injured my senior brother Changfeng. I won't let you off. What can you do? Sire Shui said in disdain. I've guarded the water, for so many years. I don't want to live anymore. If you have the ability to kill me, I'll be grateful to you. However, you don't have that ability. Isn't it easy to kill you? I have many pills here that can make you die on the spot. Ling Xiao said, That's impossible. If you want to kill me, you have to remove the curse on me first. As long as I leave this water, I'll suffer a fate worse than death. Furthermore, no matter what kind of poison it is, it won't kill me. My curse can help me neutralize it. There is only one way for me to die, and that is to meet someone stronger than me to kill me. Sire Shui shook his head. How troublesome. It is indeed troublesome. Leave. Since I didn't kill you with my first attack, I don't have the face to do it a second time. This is also what I promised that lad, Shaoying. He accompanied me for a few years. I promised that I would kill whoever tried to kill him. However, if I can't kill him with my first attack, I'll drop the matter. Sire Shui waved his hand. Ling Xiao originally hated this old man to the bone because he injured Hai Changfeng and even wanted to kill him. However, after listening to the old man's words, it seemed like he had his own troubles. Furthermore, Hai Changfeng wasn't dead, so he didn't hate him as much. You said that you've been trapped in the water, for many years. Then, you must have heard of Ling Yan, right? I want to save him. Do you know what to do? Ling Xiao decided to take the risk. This Sire Shui had an eccentric character, and it was impossible for him to be in cahoots with the upper echelons of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Perhaps he might be able to obtain more information by asking him. Ling Yan, you want to save him? Sire Shui suddenly became agitated. Shortly after, he shook his head and said, You're too weak. You can't even defeat me. How are you going to save him? From what Sire Shui said, you seem to know Ling Yan. Ling Xiao asked curiously. Nonsense. I'm Ling Yan's master. That brat came to the Demon Sea domain before and obtained my inheritance. He could have revived the 8 Immortal Mountain, but he was plotted against by a bunch of despicable people. Sigh, he can only blame himself for being too soft-hearted. That's why he was harmed by those ungrateful fellows. Sire Shui sighed. You're actually Ling Yan's master. When Ling Xiao heard this, his hatred for the old man lessened. He said, I'm Ling Yan's brother. This time, I'm here to inquire about Ling Yan's whereabouts. Soon, I'll come to save him. You can't. Sire Shui shook his head and said, If you knew that I advanced from the half-step Yin-Yang realm to the 3rd level of the Yin-Yang realm in 3 months, you wouldn't say that, right? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Impossible. Could it be that your aptitude is better than my disciples? Sire Shui was shocked. Isn't that obvious? In the Ling family of Yuhua Town, he was my subordinate. How can I not be better than him? Chapter 24-29. After a moment of silence, Sire Shui said, Do you dare to come over? What's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao placed Hai Changfeng in the beast ring for the time being and stepped into the Devil Sea domain. At this moment, Sire Shui suddenly stretched out a finger and pointed at Ling Zhao's forehead. Lone wolf traversing 1,000 miles. Ling Xiao was already prepared for this old man's sneak attack. He immediately executed the 1,000 miles wolf traversing 1,000 miles and disappeared. Good movement technique. No wonder you dared to talk back to this old man. It seems like you have nothing to fear. However, I won't harm you. You seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough. I just want to help you break through. Sire Shui smiled. Ling Xiao didn't feel the terrifying killing intent from Sire Shui. He nodded his head. He didn't move anymore. This required a lot of courage. If Sire Shui really wanted to harm him, he would be in deep trouble. Good lad, are you really not afraid that I'll harm you? Sire Shui pressed his finger on Ling Zhao's forehead, and a clear energy flowed into Ling Zhao's body. The energy that had been accumulated for a long time finally broke through the layers of obstacles. Late stage of the first cycle 3 layers of hell. Ling Xiao broke through again. Of course I'm afraid. However, if I don't dare to try because of fear, I will miss out on a lot of good things. Ling Xiao smiled and said, every opportunity in this profound world is dangerous. If you're afraid of everything, fear of wolves in front and tigers behind, then I'm afraid you won't be able to make any progress on the path of martial arts. Good lad, you're indeed powerful. I discovered a terrifying energy in your body. Although I don't know what it is, I believe you now. Sire Shui sighed. If you really want to save Ling Yan, it's best if you can obtain the 8 treasures of the 8 immortal mountains' 8 great families. Only with those 8 magical treasures can you break my curse and save Ling Yan. Of course, if you only want to see Ling Yan, you only need to obtain one of the magic treasures, and you will be able to freely enter and exit the Devil's Sea domain. Saving you is a long and arduous task. With my current strength, I can only strive to obtain the Shadow Black Gourd first. Once Ling Xiao left this place, he would participate in the Dark Race's Shadow Black Gourd contest. When that time came, he would naturally fight for it with all his might. In any case, his current cultivation had already broken through to the late stage of the first transformation, the 3rd level of hell. As long as he could break through to the peak of the first revolution 3rd layer of hell before the battle, then even if Fei Tian broke through, he wouldn't be afraid. All right, I've answered all your questions. Now get that young man out. I'll treat him. Sire Shui suddenly said. You know medicine? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I was the one who injured him, so of course I can save him. Don't worry. Sire Shui said, all right. Although Ling Zhao's healing pill was effective, it wouldn't be enough to wake Hai Changfeng up for the time being. It shouldn't be a problem for Sire Shui to give it a try. He nodded and released Hai Changfeng. Sire Shui released his elemental energy, and a dark blue true yuan wrapped around Hai Changfeng. A moment later, Hai Changfeng's injuries were sucked out of his body. Hai Changfeng instantly woke up. That works too. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded by what he saw. He never thought that there would be such a treatment method. Only the injuries I caused can be treated this way. So don't dream about it. Hurry up and go back. We can't stay here for long. That Sha Ying is dead, and the sand race will definitely come to investigate. Although it's normal for people to die in the Demon Sea, Sha Ying is a very important genius to the sand race. Sire Shui reminded. Hai Changfeng had just woken up, and he was still in a daze. He didn't understand. He had only been unconscious for a short while, and Ling Xiao had already become friends with Sire Shui, and from the looks of it, their relationship seemed to be pretty good. His injuries had actually healed. Senior Brother Changfeng, let's go. Sire Shui saved you on account of our mountain lord and Doyen, no light in the night. Ling Xiao didn't want too many people to know about Ling Yan's matter. His reason was enough to convince Hai Chongfeng. Sire Shui was also very cooperative. Why aren't you scramming? If not for Yi Chongfeng and no light in the night, this old man would definitely kill you. Scram. Hai Chongfeng quickly brought Ling Xiao through the teleportation array and arrived at the hall. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. What happened when I fainted? Hai Chongfeng felt safe here. Driven by curiosity, he couldn't help but ask. Actually, it's nothing much. I said the names of Doyen, no light in the night, and my mountain lord. Not only did Sire Shui not kill me, he even saved you. Ling Xiao replied, I don't know about the rest. Sire Shui is a person with a weird temper. Do you think you can understand him? That's true, but you really surprised me. You even killed Shaing. What's your cultivation level now? Hai Chongfeng couldn't help but ask. I guess I'm at the late stage of the 3rd level of hell. Ling Xiao replied. He wasn't lying. Anyway, his cultivation level was rising faster. If he told the truth now, he might be mistaken for hiding his strength in the future. It's rare to be able to challenge someone of a higher level. You're indeed a genius. No, Wonder Lord No Light in the Night has been chasing after you to be his godson. Hai Chongfeng smiled. I'll send you back now. We might even be rivals in the future. Let's work hard together. Let's see how long I can maintain my advantage over you. This person's character was pretty good, especially when he was willing to sacrifice himself to save Ling Xiao. This really touched Ling Xiao. Although the outcome wasn't very good, Ling Xiao still remembered this kindness. Don't worry, senior brother Chongfeng. You won't be able to maintain your advantage for long. Soon, when I step into the 5th level of Ghost Prison again, I might be stronger than you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. I won't be stagnant either. Hai Chongfeng was a little unconvinced. Ha ha ha, then let's compete. I'm leaving. Senior brother Chongfeng, take care. Actually, what Ling Xiao was most satisfied with after entering the 5th level of Ghost Prison wasn't the breakthrough in his cultivation, but the befriending Hai Chongfeng and Sire Shui. With these two friends, he had gained a lot. Laughing, Ling Xiao stepped out of the transfer gate and returned to his small wooden hut. Half a month had passed. Lin Yang and Qingwan Hua had both made breakthroughs in their cultivation, and their martial techniques had also improved. They originally wanted to show off in front of him, but when they saw his improvement, they only said 2 words, monster. Then they buried their heads in cultivation again. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't stay idle. The reason why he came out of the 5th level of Ghost Prison early was because he had obtained the information he wanted. Moreover, he had obtained a lot of demonic beast cores. Chapter 2430. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to leave the 5th floor of the Ghost Prison in advance was because he had obtained a lot of demon beast cores. With these demon beast cores, there was no difference between cultivating outside and inside. Moreover, it would not delay the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. Although No Light in the Night said half a month ago that the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd would begin in a month. However, it was possible that some people deliberately did not let Ling Xiao participate and deliberately brought forward the time. After all, he had offended Dark Knight and Dark Flower. He had to be more careful. He hadn't even started to cultivate when suddenly the sound of the Dark Knight came from outside. Brat, are you back? Brat? Since when did this old thing use such a cordial name to call me? Is he really treating me as his adopted son? Ling Xiao was speechless for a while, but he still walked out. Sure enough, it was No Light in the Night. Senior Elder, do you have any orders? Ling Xiao asked. Ha ha ha, your luck is really good. I just received news that the patriarch is going to start the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd in advance. I was worried that you wouldn't be able to come back in the next few days. I didn't expect you to come back early. No Light in the Night seemed to be in a good mood. He was really happy for Ling Xiao. It could be seen that No Light in the Night seemed to have thought it through. Whether Ling Xiao recognized him as his adopted father or not, as long as he felt it in his heart, it was fine. This could be considered as a kind of self-consolation. Is it really going to be brought forward? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Fortunately, I was smart enough to come back early. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Yes, I don't know what's wrong with the patriarch. No Light in the Night sighed and said, "But it's good that you're back. How was your cultivation? Don't tell me you didn't even break through a realm?" "I broke through." Ling Xiao nodded. He really broke through? No Light in the Night was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. It had only been half a month, and he had never heard of such a good cultivation result on the 5th floor of Ghost Prison. Could it be that he had another fortuitous encounter? He glanced at Ling Xiao, but didn't ask. Anyway, this kid probably wouldn't answer, honestly, even if he asked. The wolf travels 1,000 miles. He should be able to cultivate the first style to the Great Circle, right? At the very least, the second style should be at great accomplishment, right? At the very least, he should be at the entry level of the third style. I won't ask for the rest, but if you can't even do this, then I'm really disappointed. No Light in the Night started talking to himself again. "Who's your son?" I'm speechless. However, I have to complete what you said. Ling Xiao still did not explain in detail. Right now, he just wanted to stay away from this old man. He missed his son so much that he went crazy. Good. In the next few days, strengthen the wolf travels 1,000 miles. As long as you master the first 3 styles, even if you can't beat your opponent in battle, you won't be too unlucky. No Light in the Night laughed. Ha ha ha, although I don't have much hope for you to get the right to use the Shadow Black Gourd. It's enough that you can learn it. Ling Xiao thought to himself, I'll definitely get the right to use the Shadow Black Gourd. Not only because the gourd was a powerful magic treasure, but more importantly, with it, he could find his good brother Ling Yen. Besides, although Black Immortal Mountain's Mountain Lord Yi Wuji wasn't his disciple, he had helped him escape danger many times. After he established a foothold in the Dark Race, he wanted to restore Yi Wuji's position in the Dark Race. At the same time, he wanted to investigate the real cause of Yi Wuji's son's death. It could be considered as repaying this mountain lord. If Yi Wuji hadn't defeated Hidden Flower twice, Ling Xiao wouldn't be where he was today. As the saying goes, don't forget the person who dug the well. Ling Xiao wasn't an ungrateful person. He would never forget his benefactor. What are you thinking, brat? There's another good thing. Didn't you ask my big brother to get you the Sword Soul Stone? He already got it. My big brother helped you pay 200 million low-grade spirit stones and promised the sect 2 things for you. My second brother helped you pay 100 million low-grade spirit stones and promised the sect 1 thing. As for me, I was late, so I paid 100 million low-grade spirit stones in advance. So this Sword Soul Stone is equivalent to you getting it for free. Dark Knight Wukong smiled and said, Little brat, are you happy? To be honest, Ling Xiao couldn't be unhappy. He was a little embarrassed that Yi Wuji was so good to him. You don't have to be embarrassed. We 3 brothers are unlucky. My big brother hasn't married yet, so he doesn't have any children. His mind is all on martial arts. As for my second brother, he did have a woman he loved, but that woman left him more than 10 years ago, leaving behind a newborn son. That son was also killed. Although it was suspected that it was done by the Sand Clan, there was no evidence. So my second brother has been unhappy. As for me, I might seem carefree, but I also love a woman deeply. Unfortunately, she's high and mighty and doesn't even look at me. This also caused us 3 brothers to have no descendants. Now you understand why I want to take you as my adopted son. My big brother and second brother are good to you for this reason. No Light in the Night was in a good mood today, so he said what he shouldn't say. This made Ling Xiao a little embarrassed. He swore in his heart, no matter if he denied no Light in the Night as his adopted father, he would repay the kindness of the 3 brothers. If these 3 brothers really didn't have descendants to take care of them, then Ling Xiao would take care of them for the rest of his life until he died of old age. Of course, he couldn't say it now. Otherwise, no Light in the Night, this madman would be moved to tears. I won't say anything else. Senior Grand Elder, I will definitely take the Shadow Black gourd this time, not only to prove myself, but also to prove the vision of you 3 brothers. In fact, he was very clear that the news of the 3 brothers valuing Ling Xiao had already spread in the 8 Immortals Mountain. Many people said that these 3 brothers were blind. How could they take a fancy to such an unremarkable brat? There were so many geniuses in the inner clan. Any one of them would be stronger than this guy. Although the 3 brothers didn't say it, they were probably holding back in their hearts. They hoped that Ling Xiao could slap these people's faces and make them regret. Ling Xiao would definitely help them fulfill this small wish. Ha ha, good son, that's right. But father won't force you. After all, your opponents aren't weak. No Light in the Night laughed. I say, Senior Grand Elder, can you not take advantage of me? Ling Xiao really didn't know what to say to this shameless guy. He couldn't beat him, and he was getting better and better. There was no reason to beat him. No Light in the Night smiled and said, You are so much younger than me. What's wrong with taking advantage of you? Oh, right, I almost forgot. Take the Sword Spirit Stone. I also want to remind you, the 3 most outstanding geniuses of the Dark Clan have returned from outside. Chapter 2431. Anming, Heiyi Wuzun, and Njin are highly regarded by the elders and the sect master. If they really make a move, not to mention me and my big brother, even my second brother can't help you. If he wants to help you, he will have to become the enemy of the entire 8 Immortal Mountain. Unless you have the strength to defeat those 3 people. No Light in the Night's expression suddenly became solemn and warned Ling Xiao, of course Heiyi Wuzun is a member of our Hei family, so he might be a little friendlier to you. Don't worry too much. I didn't provoke others. It's others who provoke me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Even if they provoke you, you can only hold it in. No Light in the Night said snappily, Didn't you understand my words? I understood, but with their strength, they are not qualified to make me hold it in. They are not much stronger than me. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent face. If you are afraid when facing opponents who are not much stronger than you, then in the long run, you will lose your fighting spirit and will to fight. Once a martial artist lost his fearless fighting spirit, he would not be far from depravity. I am unwilling. Good. You are the best. I admire you, kid, but I have to tell you clearly that if you want to resist, you can only resist by yourself. No one can help you. No Light in the Night reminded again. I know. Ling Xiao naturally would not implicate others. Good, as long as you understand this point. I will leave first. You can cultivate by yourself. No Light in the Night knew how stubborn Ling Xiao's temper was. He was too lazy to persuade him again. In any case, he could not persuade him. So he simply left. In the profound world, there was no such thing as keeping a low profile. Unless you could endure, the humiliation of others. Of course, there were people who could do this. They would be bullied like a grandson and do whatever they were told to do. They would think that they could take revenge in the future. But in reality, none of these people could succeed in reality, because in the profound world, such people would have all their martial veins destroyed long ago, leaving only the meridians that could work, but they could not practice martial arts. How was he going to take revenge? There were truly terrifying enemies here, and they wouldn't just humiliate you by making you crawl into their pants. Ling Xiao really wanted to give it a try if he could be let off just by crawling into her pants. Unfortunately, reality was too cruel. It was so cruel that when you crawled under someone else's pants, they would cripple your cultivation and destroy your family and friends in front of you. Can you still tolerate it? If you can't bear it, you'll die. Therefore, it was the same as returning to the first choice. Don't be a coward. In this profound world, people with strength and ruthlessness were the most feared existences. Just like how Ling Xiao had killed so many people from the sand race, injured in Feitian, and even made in Farron eat **T. He was still alive, and well because he was ruthless enough, and his strength wasn't bad either. He was able to obtain the attention and expectations of some people. What would have happened if his initial choice had been to pretend to be a grandson? Those who were lucky would have their martial veins destroyed and become slaves to Qi, Yener, or the desert. Those who were unlucky wouldn't have been able to enter the 8 Immortals Mountain and would have been killed. It would have been like an ant dying, and no one would have cared. Ling Xiao's painful experience had taught him that as long as it wasn't an enemy he couldn't fight against, he wouldn't be afraid. Then, he shouldn't be a coward. If he really met someone he couldn't deal with, he shouldn't pretend to be a grandson. He should just run as far as he could. Don't give him a chance to humiliate you. Come back and humiliate him after you've mastered your skills. It was also because of this that Ling Xiao attached great importance to his movement skills. Because of this, it was easier to escape. Ling Xiao, what are you thinking about? Perhaps she felt that Ling Xiao had been out for a long time and hadn't returned. So Qingluanhua walked out and asked, Nothing. Since you asked, I obtained some information on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. It might be helpful to you. Of course, he knew that Qingluanhua was very concerned about Ling Yan. Therefore, what she said was related to Ling Yan. He told the Qingluanhua about the information he obtained on the 5th floor of the ghost prison. Of course, he avoided talking about killing Sha'ing and befriending Sire Shui. The less Qingluanhua knew, the safer she would be. After all, there were many terrifying secret techniques in the world that could directly search the brain and soul. From what you're saying, only by obtaining all 8 divine-grade spiritual artifacts can we really save Ling Yan. After listening to Ling Xiao's explanation, Qingluanhua frowned. Actually, there's no need. Just one artifact will do. Any one of them will do. You can see Ling Yan, but you have to understand that if your cultivation can't reach the peak of the 8 Immortals Mountain, even if you save Ling Yan, you won't be able to protect him. Ling Xiao reminded, I'm afraid that the Sand Clan isn't the only ones who want to kill him. There are also the upper echelons of the sect. I understand. I will work hard. After so many years, I won't be in a rush. But I can only rely on you, Ling Xiao, for the Shadow Black Gourd. Qingluanhua said, Don't worry. I'm determined to get it this time. Ling Xiao nodded. Furthermore, according to what I know, Lin Ruoxian seems to have obtained the Snake Clan's artifact. If something happens and I can't get the Shadow Black Gourd, I'll ask her for help. Of course, that's the last resort. Although their relationship was good, Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble for Lin Ruoxian. I understand. I will also work hard. When you gather all 8 artifacts, I will be able to help you. I can't let you suffer alone, Qingluanhua said. Don't forget about me, boss and Sister Qing. Lin Yang also came out at this time. Okay, let's work hard together. Ling Xiao could give Lin Yang and Qing Wanhua some pills for cultivation, but he couldn't help them cultivate. So whether they could improve their strength or not depended on whether they were willing to work hard. Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang also knew that there was a big gap between them and Ling Xiao, so they returned to the wooden house to cultivate. The good thing about the upper 8 Immortal Mountain was that the spirit qi was more abundant than below. Basically, everyone could get a supplementary pill and soak in a medicinal bath every day. These could help cultivation. So the cultivation speed was definitely faster than below the 8 Immortal Mountain. Other than these, the outer clans didn't have any advantages. Unlike the inner clans, there were experts to guide them at any time. However, Qing Wanhua and Lin Yang weren't worried. With Ling Xiao, any difficult problem could be solved. They were also people who had seen the world, but there weren't many people who were as well-read and knowledgeable as Ling Xiao. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao seemed to be trembling. His analytical ability was amazing. When the two of them returned to the wooden house to cultivate, Ling Xiao also went in. But his task now was not to cultivate, but to give the sword spirit stone to the divine codex. In another memory, he heard a saying, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang. Chapter 24:32. Although the saying, 3 cobblers are better than 1 zhuge liang, was a bit exaggerated, it expressed the meaning of strength in numbers. Ling Xiao couldn't always fight alone. He wanted to make Xin Dian stronger too. At the very least, she could help him deal with strong enemies at critical times. Once on the Sky Dragon continent, Divine Phoenix continent, and White Tiger continent, the Moon Lady protected him. Now that the Moon Lady was gone, he wanted to create a strong backer for himself. He completely blocked off the 5 square meters around him. He did not want to let Lin Yang and Qing Wan know about the godly grimoire. But he didn't want to chase them away. After all, he had set up a special array in this wooden house, and the cultivation effect was much better than outside. As long as he used this small array to block, it was no different from an independent space. Master, are you really going to give this sword soul stone to me? At this time, Shun Dian's soul was a little restless. To her, this sword soul stone was as precious as her life. With the sword soul stone, she could gradually recover her physical body and eventually be completely resurrected. Moreover, this thing itself was extremely expensive. Would Ling Xiao really give it to her for free? She really couldn't believe it. I said I'll give it to you, but it's not without conditions. On the path of martial arts in the mystic world, there are many enemies, and you might encounter some terrifying opponents. So I hope that when I need you to help me, you can help me. How about it? Ling Xiao was investing in a powerful bodyguard for himself. After all, he could feel that Shun Dian's strength might be much stronger than his. No problem, of course. It's just to protect Master. Not only that, when Master's cultivation reaches a certain level, I will teach you more powerful secret techniques. Xin Dian said excitedly. Her full name was Secret Technique, Xin Dian. To be honest, Ling Xiao didn't know what this name meant. But he knew that this girl probably knew a lot of secret techniques. Let's talk about that later. You can use the sword soul stone first. I'll protect you. Ling Xiao said, Okay, Master, all you need to do is place the secret technique sword and the sword soul stone together. Shun Dian said. Ling Xiao nodded and put the 2 items together. He went to the side and was ready to help the divine grimoire refine the sword soul stone. After all, the divine grimoire was just a soul item. It was hard to say whether it could refine the sword soul stone. Xin Dian began to refine the sword soul stone. The moment his soul power touched the Sword Soul Stone, countless terrifying sword lights were released. They were all sword lights condensed from his soul power. In that instant, the divine grimoire's soul let out a piercing scream of pain. Ling Xiao stared at the scene with concern. His relationship with the divine grimoire was not that of a master and servant, but of a friend. Xin Jian was a very simple girl. As long as you treated her well, she would follow you wholeheartedly. Perhaps it was because of this that this kind of little girl was especially easy to fool. The reason why she was in such a state was probably because she was too naive. In the future, he had to teach this girl well. She couldn't be too naive. Not everyone was like him, who was willing to treat their friends with sincerity. His soul came out of his body and rushed into the Secret Technique Sword's live broadcast. He began to help the divine grimoire resist the terrifying sword chi. Master, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I would have died. I didn't expect this sword soul stone to be so terrifying. I only thought that it could help me, but I didn't expect that the better the thing, the more dangerous it is. The divine grimoire was really scared, because if she was not careful, she might lose her little life. That would be a tragedy. Don't say any more. Focus on refining the sword soul stone. I will help you block the sword chi. Ling Zhao's ability to leave his soul was cultivated in the primordial spirit remnant scroll. He had gained a lot of benefits from the remnant scroll, especially his soul power that had become very strong. He could even use his soul to leave his body. Up until now, he had never seen anyone use this ability. This was his advantage. He used his soul to block the sword chi released by the sword soul stone. Helping the divine grimoire to refine the sword soul stone, he unexpectedly found that the sword chi had the effect of strengthening his soul power, especially the effect of increasing sword intent. It was really too great. This could make any sword art of his much stronger than others of the same level. I didn't expect that helping people could actually help so much. It's really unexpected. Ling Xiao smiled and continued to help. As time passed, he could clearly feel that the divine grimoire's soul was getting stronger, and the image of the divine grimoire became clearer. This showed that the sword soul stone really played a huge role in the divine grimoire. According to the level of medicinal herbs, this sword soul stone had probably reached the top of the mysterious grade. Heaven, earth, profound, and yellow grade pills and medicinal herbs. Ling Xiao could only refine the low-level and middle-level pills of the mysterious grade now. After that, there were 2 grades of high-level and top-level pills. The Sword Soul Stone was really a treasure that could only be found by chance. No wonder its value was so high. 400 million low-grade spirit stones were not enough, and he had to promise to do 3 things for the sect. Outside the window, it seemed to be night. The sound of crickets could be heard, and the divine grimoire had already refined the sword soul stone for a full 6 hours. Because the sword chi was already gone, Ling Xiao returned his essence soul. At this time, he noticed a figure walking out of the secret sword. Long golden hair, dark blue eyes, and very white skin. It was very smooth, but it was a little ethereal. Ling Xiao knew that this was just an illusion condensed by the soul, not a real body. But being able to condense into a human form meant that the sword soul stone really played a role. The previous divine grimoire could not do it. Congratulations, divine grimoire. Ling Xiao looked at the divine grimoire. This was really a rare beauty, although he only loved the Moon Lady in this life. But that did not stop him from admiring the divine grimoire's beauty, especially this kind of special beauty, which was completely different from the Moon Lady's exotic charm. I wonder who could be so cruel to such a beautiful and innocent girl. Ling Xiao sighed, but suddenly felt a powerful aura coming towards him. He couldn't help but be shocked. It was the divine grimoire. Master, did you notice something strange about me? The divine grimoire asked with a smile. Yes, you seem to have recovered some of your former strength. I feel that you should be stronger than me. Ling Xiao nodded. He had quickly calmed down. Master, you have good eyesight. With my current strength, I can even resist a martial artist at the early stage of the 6th level of the Yin-Yang realm for a while. The divine grimoire said excitedly, in this 8 immortal mountain, as long as I'm here, no one can bully you, master. She was very excited, but not only because she had recovered a lot of her strength. Chapter 2433. Being able to help Ling Xiao made Shen Dian feel less guilty. She didn't feel like she owed Ling Xiao too much. After all, she hadn't been able to help Ling Xiao much in the past. First Revolution, Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell? How strong is that? Although Ling Xiao had experienced the early stage of Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell, he hadn't reincarnated yet. The higher a reincarnation realm martial artist went, the more they could suppress ordinary martial artists. After all, every time they advanced, they would gain more. I can feel that there are martial artists in 8 Immortal Mountain with First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell. Shen Dian suddenly said, You can feel it. Yes, the sect master of 8 Immortal Mountain and the elders of the 8 great clans all have this strength. They are the strongest in 8 Immortal City. Your mountain master, Yi Wuxing, should also be an expert of this level, but I can't feel his specific cultivation. Shen Dian said, If you can feel them, they can also feel you. Let's go back to the sort of secret techniques before we get into trouble, Ling Xiao said with a frown. Master, don't worry. Although their cultivation is similar to mine, their soul power is weaker than mine. They can't sense me unless I don't hide my aura. Shen Dian smiled. That's good. Ling Xiao sighed in relief and looked out the window. He believed that Shen Dian's senses wouldn't be wrong. However, in a small place like 8 Immortal City, the strongest martial artists were probably only at the early stage of First Revolution Yin-Yang Realm Level 6 of Hell. It was impossible for them to be stronger, because in such a small place, unless you were extremely talented, it was very difficult to break through. For so many years, Ling Yan was the only martial artist who could break through to the reincarnation realm in a place like 8 Immortal City. The reincarnation realm martial artists in 8 Immortals Mountain all broke through in other places and then reincarnated here. Therefore, he wasn't too far away from these strongest martial artists. The martial artists in 8 Immortal City aren't very strong, but they are all very arrogant. They really think of themselves as peerless experts. Shen Dian curled his lips and said, If I fully recover my strength, these people won't even be able to touch a hair on your head. Ha! Thank you very much, but I hope that I have the ability to protect myself. Ling Xiao smiled. The strength of the divine grimoire was still the divine grimoire. It could occasionally protect him, but it couldn't protect him forever. Therefore, he had to increase his cultivation as soon as possible. Master, your talent is even stronger than mine. You will soon surpass those people. Then, you should leave this place. This small 8 Immortals county is too depressing. The godly codex must have come from a big place, so he was dissatisfied and despised the 8 Immortals county. Thank you for your praise, little girl. I'll just walk out one step at a time. I can't rush. Although he was really anxious in his heart, however, he felt that a hasty man would not be able to eat hot tofu. With his current cultivation, even if he left the 8 Immortal City, he would only be a target for others to bully. He would wait until his cultivation reached the 6th level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Above the county capital, there were the provincial capital and the even more powerful Chun Kingdom's imperial capital. He had to go there sooner or later. However, his most important task now was to fight for the Dark Shadow Gourd, and then comprehend the absolute art in the Dark Shadow Gourd. It was still the same saying, skills were not a burden. The way he cultivated martial arts was different from others. He could continuously increase his mastery in battle. Therefore, even if some martial arts techniques were temporarily useless, they would come in handy sooner or later. It wouldn't delay the improvement of his cultivation. Moreover, he was not particularly satisfied with the East Rising Purple Chi sword technique. There were only 2 moves, and they were only of good quality. Since he was going to cultivate, he had to cultivate a top-notch one. Master, I'll enter the Sword of Secret Arts to consolidate my hard-earned strength. Call me if you need anything. After chatting for a while, the divine grimoire suddenly sensed someone outside and hurriedly entered the Sword of Secret Arts. The figure outside the door flashed past. As he didn't sense any killing intent, Ling Xiao didn't make a move. However, he was very fast. When he went out, the figure had not completely disappeared. A girl? Her cultivation is at the peak of the 3rd level of hell of the Yin-Yang realm. Judging from her figure, she should be Lin Fengyan, who is ranked 2nd among the outsiders. What is she doing here? Ling Xiao curiously checked the surroundings and found a steel needle stuck in the door. There was a piece of paper wrapped around the steel needle. He hurriedly opened the paper to take a look. Feng Ru is in trouble. Quickly go to the inner race. These 8 words were very simple. Could this be a conspiracy? The Yuan Venerate suddenly asked. After all, he was very experienced and would always be suspicious of such a note. Whether it is a conspiracy or not, I have to go. If something really happens to Feng Ru, and I don't go, I will feel guilty for the rest of my life. Feng Ru was the senior sister who had treated Ling Xiao the best ever since he had entered the Black Immortal Mountain, although she hadn't helped him much. However, she had always treated him like a younger brother. How could he not save her? That's true, but the inner race is a dangerous place. Besides, Dark Underworld and Dark Gold have already returned. They have a very good relationship with Infatian, so they definitely won't let you go. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. I know, but the Divine Grimoire has just refined the sword, Soul Stone. With her around, who can do anything to me. If they push me too far, I won't be merciful. Ling Xiao was very glad that he had obtained the sword Soul Stone. This had also increased his leverage. Even if dark night formless and no light in the night couldn't help him, there was still the Divine Grimoire. There was also the Butterfly Lady and the Yuan Venerate. Although they would only be leverage for a short battle, 3 times would be enough. At the thought of this, he didn't stay any longer and headed straight to the inner race. He had just left when the figure who had just left returned. Ling Xiao, I'm sorry. You have to die in order to get first place in the outer race. Although the things on this note are true, that place is a tiger's den. If you go, don't think of coming back alive. She was indeed Lin Fengyan, who was ranked 2nd in the outer race. She looked like a rather shrewd female disciple. However, she had been forced by her ranking to use cunning methods to deal with Ling Xiao. She had no choice, as she knew that she wasn't a match for Ling Xiao. Furthermore, she was in a relationship with Su Mo, who was ranked 1st in the outer race. Ling Xiao had plucked a pair of Su Mo's eyes, so it was normal for her to use this method to get revenge. In her opinion, Ling Xiao definitely wouldn't be able to survive this trip. Ling Xiao naturally didn't know this. He had already reached the inner race and released his spirit power to search for Feng Ru's whereabouts. In the end, he discovered that Feng Ru was in a courtyard. This courtyard should have been assigned to Dark Underworld by the inner race. Why was Feng Ru there? Although he was anxious, He didn't let his guard down. Through his taiji, he could see what was happening in this courtyard through the layers of barriers. A banquet was being held in the courtyard. Chapter 2434. No matter how lively the banquet was, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. What he cared about was where Feng Ru was. Suddenly, a scene that made his hair stand on end appeared before his eyes. At this moment, the banquet was surrounded in a circle. In the circle, there was a demon beast wearing a collar. The demon beast's strength was close to the peak of the second level of the Yin-Yang realm. It looked like a wild cat, but it was bigger and had a pair of wings on its back. Opposite the demon beast was Feng Ru. She was also wearing a collar and shackles. Her cultivation seemed to have increased, but she was only at the middle stage of the first level of the hell. The difference was too big. She was no match for the demon cat. The demon cat was controlled by dark gold. It didn't kill Feng Ru. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. It threw Feng Ru up, dropped her to the ground, threw her up, and threw her down again. It was simply torture. Hai Ren Feng was there as well. He was also chained up and cuffed. He was used as a chair and sat right under the Dark Lord. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he was filled with killing intent. Hai Ren Feng was his senior apprentice brother and had become friends with him. Feng Ru was like his sister. Treating these two people like this, wasn't it obvious that they were targeting him? What should he do? In this courtyard, other than Dark Gold and Ming and Dark Knight Wuzuan, there were 3 other people that Ling Xiao recognized. One was the Dark Tribe's leader, Dark Knight Walker. The other was Elder Dark Flower. The last was in Fei Tian. These people were all here. If he wanted to save Feng Ru and Hai Ren Feng, it would be suicide. There was no chance of that. He guessed that Dark Knight Wuzuan was sent out on a mission again. That was why Feng Ru and Hai Ren Feng were captured and humiliated. Otherwise, with Dark Knight Wuzuan's strength, he wouldn't have let these people succeed. Dark Knight Wuzuan wasn't here. No light in the night, and Dark Knight Wuzuan naturally couldn't interfere. Only he could save Feng Ru and Hai Ren Feng. I'm going all out. Let's make a big scene tonight, so that those bastards know that not only does he have Dark Knight formless behind him, he also has an even stronger backing. This way, they won't dare to mess around in the future. Thinking up to here, Ling Xiao turned to Shun Dian and said, "Shun Dian, I'll be counting on you tonight. You don't have to deliberately meet force with force. As long as those experts attack me, you can repel them. It would be best to injure him. I want them to remember that I, Ling Xiao, am not someone to be trifled with. I want them to be paranoid, so that they won't dare to bully my friends so openly." If he didn't do this, he was afraid that those people would continue to do this in the future, so he had to give these people a show of strength. "Master, don't worry. I understand what you mean. You're deliberately acting mysterious so that they won't know who's helping you, right?" Shun Dian said. "Yes, that's right. I don't care if he's the patriarch of the Dark Ones or an elder of the Dark Ones. He can't humiliate my friends and family like this." Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and suddenly sped up his pace towards the courtyard of the Dark Ones. That's right. He was going to kill them. He must take action today. Even if he couldn't kill them, he must make them suffer a little. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to quench his anger. Fei Tian, there are so many of us. I'm afraid that Ling Xiao won't dare to come. If he comes, isn't it no different from courting death? Although Dark Gold was younger than in Fei Tian, he was much stronger than in Fei Tian. He had a scoundrel temperament. His tone was also like that. Junior brother Dark Gold, you don't know this, but this Ling Xiao is extremely daring. He's a brute through and through. He's also very emotional. These two people have been humiliated by us. If he doesn't come, his reputation will be ruined in the future. And Fei Tian laughed. But what if he brings people here? I heard that the three brothers of the Hai clan value him very much. Is that right, Hai Wuzuan? And Jean smiled and asked Hai Wuzuan, "Don't mention those three trash to me. They're a disgrace to the Hai clan." Hai Wuzuan seemed to look down on Hai Wuliang, no light in the night, and Hai Formless. This was because he felt that the leader of the Dark Clan should have been the Hai clan. It was only because those three trash gave in that he became the leader of the Dark Ones. He had always been ashamed of his surname and hoped that one day he could change his surname. But because the three brothers of the Hai clan had a relatively high status in the Dark Clan, he didn't allow it in order to not offend the Hai clan. However, Hai Wuzuan had long since regarded himself as a member of the Dark Ones. The three brothers didn't come to the banquet today, but he did. It was obvious at a glance who he was biased towards. Don't worry, Hai Formless has already been sent away. Hai Wuliang won't care about this kind of thing. His relationship with Ling Xiao isn't that good. As for No Light in the Night, he was called by the patriarch to discuss something. So none of the three of them will be here today. That kid no longer has anyone to rely on. It's fine if he doesn't come, but if he does, he'll die. The Dark Ones smiled. The Dark Ones turned out to be a woman wearing half a black mask. The mask was engraved with a strange black snake. She looked a bit gloomy. This woman was the strongest genius of the Dark Clan. Hai Wuzuan was inferior to her now. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, there was a burst of laughter in the hall. It was unknown whether they were laughing at Ling Xiao or at the humiliated Feng Ru and Ho Ren Feng. However, at this moment, a gust of evil wind suddenly blew in the hall. A wolf shadow rushed in from outside. The cat demon was playing with Feng Ru when a huge wolf claw suddenly slapped her from top to bottom. Her entire body was turned into a meat paste and rotten on the spot. Feng Ru was on the verge of death after being saved by him. Seeing Feng Ru's condition, Ling Xiao couldn't help but boil with murderous intent. A terrifying murderous intent was released from his body and crazily rushed in the hall. The terrifying murderous intent instantly caused 4 or 5 nearby disciples to fall to the ground and foam at the mouth. 2 of them died, tragically. The terrifying murderous intent was a way to use soul power. Ling Xiao's soul power was incomparably powerful. In his rage, Ling Xiao didn't forget to give Feng Ru a healing pill. His healing pills were all perfect-grade medicinal pills. The effects were naturally excellent. Although Feng Ru was on the verge of death, she was still alive and had to come over. "Bastard, where did you come from? How dare you trespass into my sister's courtyard?" And Jean didn't know Ling Xiao. He saw such a person suddenly appear and kill his pet cat demon in front of everyone. He was very unhappy that the person saved the woman he treated as a toy. "He's Ling Xiao." And Fei Qian recovered from the shock and hurriedly said, Chapter 2435. Everyone was shocked that Ling Xiao had actually dared to come to his death. His courage was not bad, but it was a pity that he was a fool. Now that he had come, there was no return. "Hee, you are Ling Xiao? I thought you had 3 heads and 6 arms. You have just been promoted to the 8 Immortal Mountain, and you are already so presumptuous. If you become the adopted son of No Light in the Night, won't you step on our heads and piss on us?" Dark Gold sneered and was about to attack. "Young Master Dark Gold, there is no need for you to do it yourself. I can kill him." The one who spoke was actually Su Mo, whose eyes had been plucked by Ling Xiao a few days ago. At this moment, his eyes were intact, but they were obviously not his own eyes. Those eyes looked more like they were plucked from a monster's body. "Well, there is indeed no need to deal with this kind of trash. I will leave it to you." Dark Gold sat down again and waved his hand casually. It was as if Ling Xiao was a pile of trash that was not important at all. Thank you, young Master Dark Gold. Su Mo walked towards Ling Xiao, then pointed at Ling Xiao's nose and said, Boy, you relied on the help of that Lin Ruoxian to take away my eyes and the #1 ranking of the outer tribes. Today, I will make you pay for it all. Noisy! I should have killed you back then. That day, Ling Xiao had spared Su Mo's life because of Dark Knight Boundless Knight's plea. He did not expect this guy to come and cause trouble for him again, and, at this time, he was in a bad mood. It is you who should die. Unparalleled Dark Shadow, kill! The powerful Dark Shadow martial spirit was released from his back. Su Mo turned into a huge monster and pounced on Ling Xiao, wanting to swallow Ling Xiao in one bite. Well, not bad, not bad. As the #1 outer tribe, this Su Mo is quite powerful. If he does well, he might be able to enter the inner tribe in the future. Dark Gold nodded and commented with a smile. Not only the Dark Shadow martial spirit, but he is also quite proficient in using martial skills. It is a pity to stay in the outer tribe. And Ming added, That's right. That's why I really don't understand. Why did no light in the night chase after Ling Xiao to adopt him? Isn't it better to choose Su Mo? Hai Wuzuan added. As for Hidden Flower and Nightwalker, they didn't say anything. With so many martial artists capable of defeating Ling Xiao, they would naturally remain silent for the time being. Die, Ling Xiao! Su Mo charged at Ling Xiao with great momentum. Meanwhile, Ling Xiao was busy treating Feng Ru's injuries. Without even taking a look, Zhang Xian casually flicked his wrist, and a surge of sword chi tore through the air. You're the one who should die. Meteor sword art. Heaven falls and earth rends. This was the result of the fusion of the 4th and 5th forms of the meteor sword art. Ling Xiao felt that there wasn't much meaning in separating the two moves, but combining them into one move would be even more powerful. He didn't use a sword, he just casually released sword chi. The pitiful Su Mo was blown to smithereens in midair. Not even his bones were left. What? No one had expected such an outcome, especially in Feijian, who was the most shocked. This guy is actually stronger than he was half a month ago. How did he cultivate? And Farron was also shocked. Half a month ago, I was already no match for him. Now that he's obviously broken through, it's even more impossible for me to be his match. It seems that I can only rely on others. Su Mo's death was very tragic, but it made everyone understand one thing. Ling Xiao was here to cause trouble, not to chat with them. How dare you? You're just a mere disciple from another clan. How dare you come to my side yard and kill people? Are you looking down on me? And Ming slammed the table, stood up, and said coldly, this was her side yard. Ling Xiao killing people here was obviously not giving her face. Who are you? I don't know you. Ling Xiao said indifferently, I'm here today to take my senior sister and senior brother away. I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Although his voice was faint, it was filled with a strong killing intent. When everyone heard it, it was extremely uncomfortable. How arrogant! Who do you want to kill? Hidden Flower finally spoke. She didn't stand up. She just looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and said, Tonight, no one is backing you up. If we kill you, we'll have killed for nothing. That Hai Wuxing won't become enemies with the entire Dark Clan because of you. Even if he really did that, do you think he'd win? Ling Xiao ignored Hidden Flower. He felt that Feng Ru's breathing was gradually recovering, and her heartbeat was almost back to normal. He let out a sigh of relief and looked at Njin. Get out of my way. Let go of my senior brother. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you know who I am? And Njin stared at Ling Xiao, and his eyes gradually turned cold. You're just a piece of trash who bullies the weak and fears the strong. I don't care who you are. If you spout any more nonsense, I'll kill you too. Under the circumstances, Ling Xiao didn't care what kind of power he used. Even if he used the power of a Yuan Venerate or the Butterfly Lady, it would be enough as long as he killed the other party. Ha 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 ha. And Jean suddenly laughed. You're really annoying. No one in the Dark Clan dares to talk to me like that. You're good, really good. However, people like you usually die the quickest. Cut the crap. Let go. Ling Zhao's body suddenly flashed as he used the moonlight meteor step that he had learned previously. He didn't use the 1,000-mile wolf traversal because he wanted to make Jean underestimate him. After all, Jin's cultivation was much stronger than his. He definitely wouldn't be a match for Jean in a head-on clash. In order to save Chai Rinfeng, he had to use the 1,000-mile wolf traversal at the most appropriate time. Upon seeing Ling Xiao rush over, Jean didn't even get up. He just smiled coldly. Your speed isn't bad, but it's a pity that the grade of your movement technique is too low. You might be able to deal with an ordinary martialist, but you want to deal with me? What a joke. Is it? I don't think so. Ling Xiao had already put Feng Ru back into the beast ring. Then he suddenly used the 1,000-mile wolf traversal wolf pack attack. 3 wolf shadows pounced on Jean at the same time. They were already very close, so Jean simply didn't have time to distinguish which one was real. It was only now that he realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. This fellow was much stronger than he had imagined. Your movement technique isn't bad, but if you can't defeat me, you won't be able to save the person you want to save. Although time was tight, Jean still unleashed his powerful, advanced adamant battle body. His entire body flickered with a metallic luster. He didn't even raise his hand. After all, he believed that Ling Zhao's attack wouldn't even be able to break through his defense. Arrogant and ignorant, the 3 wolf shadows let out the same howl. In the next moment, a terrifying fist heavily smashed into Jin's face. At that moment, Jean felt as if he had been smashed by a 10,000-pound hammer. His entire face was almost distorted. Then his body involuntarily flew out. It's true that you're very strong, but for a martialist of your cultivation, if you underestimate your opponent, only death awaits you. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already saved Chai Rinfeng and returned to the main hall. Chapter 2436. Chai Rinfeng's expression was blank. He worshipped the 8 immortal mountains so much and trained so hard, but he was humiliated like this. He probably had a mental breakdown. The best way to solve Chai Rinfeng's psychological problem was to let him vent on Dark Gold's face. Eldest senior brother, don't worry, I'll fulfill your wish. Originally, he planned to leave after saving them, but if he didn't get rid of Chai Rinfeng, how could he cultivate in the future? Plus, he hadn't really shown his power to these people yet. If he left like this, these people would probably come and find trouble with Chai Rinfeng and Feng Ru. After thinking for a moment, he looked at Dark Gold and revealed a sinister smile. Shun Dian, do you have a way to pull that kid over and control him? Ling Xiao secretly asked Shun Dian with his soul power. Of course. Shun Dian walked out of the secret technique sword. But she was a soul body. As long as she didn't want people to see her, no one could see her. She silently chanted an incantation, and Dark Gold was pulled over by green vines. Then Ling Xiao stepped on his face. Eldest senior brother, this is the person who humiliated you in front of everyone. Now, vent all your anger on him. Ling Xiao said to Chai Rinfeng, how would I dare? He's the son of Elder Darkflower. Chai Rinfeng didn't have Ling Xiao's confidence and strength, so he naturally didn't have Ling Xiao's courage. No matter who he is, if anything happens to him, I'll take responsibility. Plus, you were humiliated by him today. When did he treat you like a human? Why did you cultivate so hard? Was it all for the sake of being humiliated? You're a real man. Even if you lose your head, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. Since you can't satisfy these high and mighty people no matter what you do, then humiliate them like how they humiliated you. Ling Xiao said in Chai Renfeng's ear. At this moment, no one said anything, nor did they express anything. It wasn't that they were frozen, but that they were all dumbfounded. Who was Dark Gold? He was ranked third among the 4 geniuses of the Dark Clan. His cultivation base was at the peak of the 4th level of the Yin-Yang realm. With his cultivation, how could Ling Xiao be able to subdue him so easily? Therefore, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. They simply didn't know if they were dreaming or seeing something that had happened in reality. Big brother, have you noticed? There's a very powerful soul beside that brat. It should be his martial soul. Hidden Flower was an expert after all. He had already discovered the existence of the godly codex. It can't be a martial spirit. Even a martial spirit can't be that strong. Maybe it's a reinforcement that the kid got from outside. Nightwalker frowned. Then what should we do? We can't let him humiliate my son, Dark Gold, right? Hidden Flower said anxiously. Don't worry. If necessary, we'll take action together. No matter who's behind that kid, they won't be a match for the 2 of us. Dark Night Walk. All right. The 2 powerhouses began to gather their strength, preparing to attack Ling Xiao at the same time. On the other side, Chu Renfeng was successfully persuaded by Ling Xiao. He had always been cautious and fearful, not willing to offend any of the higher-ups. But when he arrived, not only did he not gain any benefits, but he was also humiliated. This kind of humiliation was worse than death, because when a person died, their soul might not die. But now that he was alive, his heart was already dead. He didn't want to be like a walking corpse. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die heroically. Thinking of this, he suddenly squatted down and slapped Dark Gold's face. Then there was a continuous beating. Stop. You 2 are simply crazy. You even dare to hit Dark Gold. Do you think the 2 of us don't exist? Hidden Flower roared and released a powerful aura, almost blowing Chu Renfeng away. Fortunately, Ling Xiao threw Chu Renfeng into the beast ring in time. In any case, Chu Renfeng's heart disease had been cured. The rest would be done by him. He directly sat on Dark Gold's face and looked coldly at Hidden Flower. So the clan leader and elders are all here. I thought everyone here was dead. My senior brother and junior sister of Black Immortal Mountain were humiliated like this, but as higher-ups, you didn't care at all. Now you're standing up to show your authority. How shameless! Ling Xiao, who had already decided to teach Hidden Flower and Nightwalker a lesson, naturally had no intention of lowering his head. Today, he was going to make those 2 old fellows fight. Then, he would defeat them in front of the crowd. You're courting death. Hidden Flower was so angry that he suddenly threw out a palm. Black flower petals danced in the air within the hall. Each flower was as sharp as a blade, capable of slicing through a person's body. She wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Anyway, Nightwalker wasn't here, so she didn't have to worry about anyone. The crazy black petals suddenly all gathered together and wrapped around Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao was really hit, he would definitely be torn apart. That was even worse than being torn apart by 5 horses. Humph, serves him right. And Farron felt very satisfied. Ever since Ling Xiao forced him to eat sh*t in the toilet, he had nightmares every day. As long as he fell asleep at night, he would remember what happened that day. He hated Ling Xiao to the core. And Fei Tian also looked coldly at Ling Xiao. Although he really wanted to kill Ling Xiao himself, since Hidden Flower had made a move. He would save himself the trouble. After all he wanted was Ling Xiao to die. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene happened. Beside Ling Xiao, a huge fire suddenly burst into the sky. The fire burned the black petals in an instant. Elder Hidden Flower, you don't look like much. Ling Xiao looked at Hidden Flower mockingly and said, "We'll meet again someday. I'll return your son to you." Seeing that it was about time, Ling Xiao kicked Dark Gold towards Hidden Flower and stepped out of the underworld courtyard. No one dared to stop him. That was because Ling Xiao was too strange tonight. He seemed to have a mysterious power protecting him. No one could hurt him. Even Yeshing didn't make a move. This old fox was much more cunning than Hidden Flower. If he didn't have absolute confidence, he definitely wouldn't make a move. If he was defeated, then it wouldn't just be him who lost face, but the entire dark race. They watched as Ling Xiao left. No one could do anything. However, Ho Rinfeng and Feng Ru, who were hiding in the beast ring, were very nervous. They were very happy that Ling Xiao had come to save them. However, facing so many experts, Ling Xiao would lose his life if he was careless. However, the moment Ling Xiao stepped out of the underworld courtyard, they were filled with admiration and respect for Ling Xiao. They could already look up to this junior brother of theirs. "The Mountain Lord isn't here. You two go to my wooden house to heal. This matter isn't over yet." Chapter 2437. Ling Xiao chose to leave as soon as possible instead of going on a killing spree. The main reason was that the battle duration of the Divine Grimoire was too short. If he got carried away, he would be the unlucky one in the end. This was enough for now. If the other party couldn't figure out who was behind him, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly against him and his friends. "Big brother, why didn't you make a move just now?" Hidden Flower asked unhappily. "Make a move? Didn't you notice? That kid seems to have an expert helping him. We have to investigate thoroughly first." Hidden Knight shook his head and said, "I'm the patriarch. I can't lose. If I lose, our hidden family will lose its dignity. There are many people waiting for us to make a fool of ourselves. Damn it, if this kid doesn't die, we'll lose all our face. How do we kill him?" Hidden Flower said angrily. "Isn't that simple? He'll also participate in the battle for the Shadow Black Gourd. When the time comes, let Not Heaven do it. In these 2 days, we'll work together to help Not Heaven break through. As long as he breaks through to the 4th level of hell, then Not Heaven will have full confidence in killing that kid." Hidden Knight said coldly, "Okay, no problem." In order to kill Ling Xiao, Hidden Flower really dared to do anything. Lin Fengyan was still waiting near Ling Xiao's wooden house. Although she thought that Ling Xiao was dead, she still wanted to wait for definite news. Only when she confirmed that Ling Xiao was dead would she be completely at ease. "Are you waiting for someone?" Suddenly, a cold voice rang out behind Lin Fengyan. This gave Lin Fengyan a fright. She subconsciously retreated into the distance. However, she was easily restrained by a single hand, and a terrifying electric current flowed through her body. It made her unable to use any strength. Ling Xiao, Lin Fengyan saw the figure clearly. However, she really couldn't believe that Ling Xiao was still alive. "Are you surprised to see me back?" Ling Xiao asked coldly. "No, it's not like that. I don't know you." Lin Fengyan shook her head. "This kind of lie is really meaningless." Ling Xiao said indifferently, "Su Emo asked you to deliver that note just now, right? I have to tell you some unfortunate news. Su Emo was dead. I killed him. Do you really think I don't know about your relationship with Su Emo? I'm just too lazy to touch you. I can let bygones be bygones. After all, Your note allowed me to save senior brother and senior sister. But if I find out that you're secretly targeting me again, don't blame me for being impolite. After all, I've killed more than one person." With that, he threw Lin Fengyan to the ground and returned to the wooden house. Lin Fengyan fell to the ground, her face pale and her body trembling violently. Just now, the fear that Ling Xiao brought to her was so severe that she even lost control of her bladder. That terrifying, murderous aura could simply shatter her soul. Devil! He's really a demon. Lin Fengyan struggled to her feet and staggered back to her wooden house. Only today did she realize that Ling Xiao, who had just ascended to the Eight Immortal Mountain, was much more terrifying than she had imagined. She didn't want to avenge Su Mo at all. She didn't want to provoke this demon-like person again. It was really too terrifying. It made her tremble all over. On the other side, Ling Xiao returned to the wooden house and arranged for Ho Renfeng and Feng Ru to cultivate together. It was just that the wooden house now looked a little small. 3 people were okay, but 5 was a little cramped. Ling Xiao was thinking about when he should just rob the other houses. After all, the rules of the Dark Kindred existed in name only. Those who thought they were strong could bully him at will. So why couldn't he rob the other houses? I'll rob that Dark Farron. That kind of trash, if not for his family name. How could he deserve to own a house like that? Moreover, he needed to be more domineering and arrogant. Only then would people believe that he had a powerful backer. This backer would allow him to do whatever he wanted in the Dark Kindred. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly and stepped out of the wooden house. Dark Farron, who had just returned from the banquet, changed into his pajamas with the help of a servant girl. He lay down on the bed and prepared to rest. The bed was big enough for 6 or 7 people to sleep on. The bedding on the bed was also of the best quality. The house was also guarded by powerful guards. And Farron's daily life was much better than Ling Xiao's, an outsider disciple. Bam! The secret light in the room, which had been extinguished, suddenly lit up again. Dark Farron was startled. He opened his eyes and saw a person sitting there. Ling Xiao. He was shocked. He wanted to scream, but found that his mouth was covered by a black shadow. He couldn't make a sound. "You better not make a sound. Otherwise you can go down and accompany Su Mo." Ling Xiao's voice was cold and eerie. Then he controlled the shadow to let go of Dark Farron's mouth. Dark Farron didn't dare to make a sound. He even knelt on the ground and whispered, Grandpa Ling Xiao, please let me go. I was invited to the banquet today. I didn't know they would do such a thing. It really has nothing to do with me." He thought that Ling Xiao was here to seek revenge. In fact, what happened tonight had nothing to do with him. If he had done anything wrong, it was that he shouldn't have cursed in his heart and asked Ling Xiao to die. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. I'm here today to ask you to sign this and put your fingerprint on it." Ling Xiao smiled and put a contract that he had prepared in advance on the table. He pulled Dark Farron up to take a look. "Hee, Grandpa, you should have said so earlier. It's just another house. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you." And Farron heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the contract only stated that they wanted his villa. Although it was a coward, it was much better than losing his life. He hurriedly signed and put his fingerprint on it. "Very good. Take your people and get out of here tonight. Don't leave any of the maids or guards here." Ling Xiao kept the contract. It was evidence. If someone came to find trouble with him, he wasn't afraid. "No problem, no problem. I'll move right away." How could Dark Farron dare to say no now? As long as it was Ling Xiao who said it, he would listen to it. After all, he only had one life. If he lost it, he would suffer a great loss. "I'll give you 10 minutes. If I see anyone else when I come back, I'll kill them without mercy." After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he turned and left. Dark Farron gritted his teeth, but he had no choice. He could only ask his men to take away the most valuable things. As for the furniture and other things that weren't worth much, they were left behind. When Ling Xiao returned, there was indeed no one in the house. "From today onwards, each of you can choose a room to stay in." The wooden house from before was too oppressive. Ling Xiao said to Qing Wanhua, "Lin Yang, Feng Ru, and Bei Renfeng, junior brother, senior brother, and I aren't disciples of the 8 Immortal Mountain. Can we stay here